Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. Yuki, don't eat more. Do not eat more. You can't do it. Hi, how are you doing outside of you wanting to become a gluttonous little creature? Hmm? Okay, good, good. You listen. You listen well. I know what's best because I am. You're okay? Good, good. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad when all of you are okay. It is good to hear. I'm also okay. I woke up. I woke up. I ate food. I ate tostones with chicken and a little cup of gelatin stuff. That was part orange gelatin and the other part was coconut. And it was pretty good. I was satisfied. Outside of that, I also had coffee and then yeah, that's it. I think that's all I got to point out for my ongoings of today. I think I did watch some cool little fight animation by some fellows. I don't remember the name. I'm gonna look it up right now. It's on YouTube. They're very short animations, voice acted and everything. Atelier, Atelier. That's the channel name. Today you played chess. Did you now? Did you win? I assume you win because you always almost win. Well, you always win, I should say. Almost always do you win. There we go. Correct sentence structure. Oh, my head is a little itchy because I got a lot of hair. My curls, they're are funny to just feel through. Not always. You sometimes have no time to continue or just forget to think. You know, I I understand the feeling of forgetting to think. I feel as though that's me every time I just blank out. You know, you're just there, you're looking at a thing, and then you realize you've been looking at that thing without any real thoughts for a couple of seconds, or more than a couple. Like a couple dozen, mayhaps even a full minute. I almost burnt oil today. Not like flammable, well, I guess all oil is kind of flammable. I forgot that was a thing I did. I left the stove on when I finished frying something, and then I like ate food, and I came back to wash my plate, and I was like, damn, why is it so damn smoky in the kitchen? And I look over to the stove, and it's like, oh, it's because I left the fucking thing on. You don't just look. You sometimes do some very dumb moves while doing that. Oh yeah. Is it like me whenever I just randomly commit a move without thinking about it? Almost instantaneously? You see me do that when I'm just like, yeah, let me just like immediately player that I'm going against makes a move, I make a move immediately after that, despite not thinking about it. Because if so, that's a little funny. I think I'm a little funny when I do that. We are gonna be playing Cemetery Mary today, as you can see on the screen, because we gotta finish that up. We gotta finish up the path I'm on because I didn't get to finish it the last time. It turns out it was longer. We were nowhere near the end, and I think we might be near the end now of this path. So, yay! Yeah. And then when we finish this path up, we'll go to slay the princess, in which I have to, I think, collect a couple of more princesses in pieces. I don't know what to call them. Will there be cute glasses guy? I already did the path with cute glasses guy. It's in the VODs channel. I don't know if we'll see more of him though in this path. I'm not too sure. Reginald, good old Reginald, who doesn't murder us this time around for some reason. Where was I? February 1st, probably this one. Aw, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But that's just the reality of things. We don't know if we'll see him again. You love his face? His design? Yeah, he's a pretty alright guy. Design wise. He's tall, he's got his long hair, he's got his yellow eyes. By the way, is the game loud enough? Because there's rain sounds, and I'm hoping you guys can hear the rain sounds. I don't know if I left it at this volume range the last time around either. We'll have to see until more noises happen, because it's not that loud. I don't even know if you can hear the rain. Probably not. Okay, let me prop up my microphone a little bit. I think I need to get it a little bit more higher, so that I can just sit up straight and not have to worry about it. Which way was it to tighten it? No, that's the loosening. Was it this way? There we go. I forget that the microphone still goes down because I am have it attached to a plastic table. Okay. Until I woke up to the sound of rain. I was surprised not to have had any strange dreams this time, but this was a big problem. Only the roof trim of the mausoleum was keeping me safe from the rain. You be looking at in Reddit and seeing which haircut is better for me, kinds of posts, but people suggest short only because the post guy is male. Sad, sad. Well, chances are, guys don't tend to be capable of having their hair grow out all that long anyways, so plus what's long for a guy is different than what's like long for a lady, right? Unless you can grow it as long as a lady, then now you're working with a different skill set. Yeah. What do you mean what? What did I say? I read your thing, and then you say what? I'm not wrong. Everyone can grow it as long as they want. It's not how that works. Yes, it is. You did. Like, sure, you can grow it, but it grows at a slower rate, is what I mean. Like, males have their hair grow, at least their head hair grows at a way slower rate than a female. As far as I know. I'm pretty sure I would know. Hair does not stop growing, just like your nails. Depends. It depends. Because it's just genetics. Genetics being silly and goofy. Like, I have my hair just kind of stop growing at a certain rate. And it just stays like that for a good while. That's called balding? No, no, no. We're not gonna have this argument. We're not gonna do this right now. No. Only the roof trim of the mausoleum was keeping me safe from the rain. And it was pouring. And worse even still, it was night. The only light I could see was from the street lamps out at the outside of the cemetery. Oh dear. How could I have slept so long? Well, I couldn't stay hidden here all night. I took a big breath and ran across. This is a different voice. I know it's a different voice, but I don't want to already hurt my throat. I took a big breath and ran across the cemetery to the street. Luckily, the gate wasn't locked. Again, I was surprised, but thankfully, as it meant I would not have to find some other way out. Once I was out on the sidewalk, I noticed the streetlights were the only lights on. Everything else seemed closed. How late was it? I didn't want to pull my phone out in the rain to check, but by any means, I had most definitely missed the last bus back home. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I had to find shelter first. I ran through the rain trying to find anything that was open. It wasn't long before I felt my shoes fill with water. Filling with water. I hate that feeling. You ever just. I just despise the feeling of my socks being wet. I'd get a cold out here too long, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. But I knew just had to be something, anything open. And eventually, I made it somewhere. It was the movie theater. Thank goodness. I rushed myself inside and took a seat beside the posters, waiting to dry off and taking my phone out. Just as I had suspected, it was pretty late. And knowing the usual times of the cinema, I could tell it wasn't going to be open much longer. What do I do? Even though I wasn't sure how he could help me right now, I had to at least try calling up Croven. Now I'm wondering whether Croven is gonna... Because usually, when you don't hang out with Croven a lot in the other paths, he's just like, sorry, I'm out of town. So I'm wondering if this time around he's also gonna say the same thing. Why isn't he picking up? Mary? So what did you miss? Not much. We were in the rain, and now we're in a movie theater, hiding from the rain, and we're calling up Croven because we were asleep for a very long time outside at the cemetery, and now it's very late in the night, and we have no way to get home because the bus, buses, we're past the bus times. Mary went to run inside a cinema, and now we're here calling Croven up to see if he can pick us up, maybe. What was my voice for Croven? Something like gravelly, I think. Mary? Something like that. Mary. Oh, you picked up. Thank goodness. I was starting to get worried. I'm having a bit of problem right now. What is it? Well, you see, I kind of fell asleep in the cemetery. But last time you was me were comforting that spooky girl about their friend dead. Oh, yeah. After that, we basically went home, and a little time skip happens, and then we go. We were going to the cemetery. We were talking to Twyla, I think. She was speaking. No, that was prior. That was the same scene or part, I guess. But yeah, a little time skip happens in this part, which is kind of the this part right here. The whole like, oh, we're at the cemetery. We fell asleep, and now we have to go into the cinema. Is sort of like a final act air, like kind of, at least in my mind, it's like the signifier of like we're at the last bit of the story. At least, this is kind of like the finale of like who you hung out with the most. You get to like see what happens after that, I guess. At least that's how it's worked out so far, I guess. And I only woke up a few minutes ago. And it's raining really bad right now, and I missed the bus, so I don't know. I was hoping maybe you could help me out somehow. No can do, Mary Moo. Didn't I tell you? Tell me what? Mary, I'm like not even home right now. I'm not even close. Huh? Where are you then? I'm like out of the fucking city right now, Mary. I had these plans with these friends. It doesn't matter. You mean with a friend because your other friend is dead. That's kind of fucked up to say. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess there's Vasilis, who's kind of I don't know what. We didn't really get a lot about Vasilis this time around. Well, we never get anything about Vasilis because this game is not about Vasilis. But I'm curious. I want to see what goes on with Vasilis and this one. Imagine Mary saying your line. What's my line? Did I misread the line? I couldn't have misread the line. I didn't misread anything. Are you trying to gaslight me? You're trying to gaslight me. Oh, that. You mean you only have. You mean you're one friend? That'd be fucked up. No. No, not Mary. Mary is too sweet for that. She can get a little spicy, but she's too sweet for that. Too much of a good soul. That would be funny, though. That would be so out of pocket. I swear, I told you. Well, I don't remember. Look, bottom line is there's no way I can help you out, help you from here. She'd say it sweetly, though. Yeah. You mean your one friend? Something like that. It'd be more of a question. What am I supposed to do then? Fuck, Mary, I don't know. I hear his first. I heard his frustrated sigh through the phone. I couldn't see it, but I could tell he was pinching the bridge of his nose. You know, I always thought, like, the first time this line came up that I reached this part, you know what I said? I was like, he's shaboinging Vasilis right now, isn't he? Because this is the type of shit some guy would say if he's, like, busy with somebody like that. Just being like, sorry, bro, I'm, like, busy right now. I can't. Like that was the first thought in my mind. He might genuinely be hanging out with his friends, but well, with his friend and Vasilis, who is, I guess, more of a situationship kind of thing. But in my mind, I was like, this guy's shaboinging. The first time this line came up. what are you? What am I supposed to do then? Fuck, Mary. Can you imagine telling your just any woman like that? That would not be something I would dare to say to any woman. What am I supposed to do? Fuck, I don't know. Where are you right now? I'm at the movie theater, but I think it closes soon. All right. Well, do you have anyone else who you could call up? Maybe stay with them tonight. I mean, I guess so. Awesome, great. Sounds good then. Look, Mars, I really gotta go, okay? Call up one of your other friends. I'm sure one of them will come help you. Will come get you. Alright then, good night. I heard the click of Croven hanging up the phone. You know that right there? That whole line is why I thought bro is like shaboinging. Because he's like so quick to hang up. He's like, awesome, great, sounds good. It's like, yeah, he's definitely with Vasilis doing something. Call up one of my other friends? Well, there's only two of those. Who should I go with? You're just a perv? I mean, listen, Yuki, listen. You can't tell me that doesn't sound like a guy who's trying to, like, really. He's saying he's hanging out with his friends and he really wants to like, he clearly wants to hang up. What else am I supposed to think? He's a young man. I'm a man that knows about young men because, believe it or not, I'm a man myself. Like, we can call Reginald. I haven't called mystery number before. In any of these, like, paths. No way she'd do it with him. Croven is short. Croven's not short. Well, I don't know how tall Croven is because I don't know how tall Mary is. Vasilis is, like, maybe a little bit taller than Croven. Now that I think about it, this has me thinking. You're getting me to think. I'm pretty sure they're roughly the same size, no? Height-wise? I don't have like I still have the image in my head, but I'm pretty sure they're like roughly the same size in height. I don't know. That's their business. That's not my business. Call up mystery number. Let's see. I attempted calling the mystery number. No one picked up, but I did receive a text immediately after. Why did you call me? I don't know. I'm stuck. Stuck? Where? I missed my bus home and it's pouring outside. I'm supposed to call one of my friends, but I'm not sure who to go with. I feel bad waking either of them. I see. Can you choose for me? Unfortunately, I don't know your friends, so I can't. But I think you can make that decision on your own. I guess I'll have to. Good luck. What the fuck? I need to know about this mystery number. I have no clues. Okay, I guess we'll just call Reginald because I ain't calling up Twyla. And you wanted to see Reginald, so there's that. I decided to call Reginald. I didn't want to bother him, but I don't think Twyla would have taken taken to me well right now. I heard the phone ring a few times, and then he picked up. Mary? It's a bit late, isn't it? Is everything alright? Yeah. Well, actually, I kinda, missed my late bus home. And I was hoping maybe I could stay with you tonight instead? Yes, of course. Where are you right now? I'll be right over. He is nice and awesome sauce, so he should help. He does help. Thank you. Look at that big old smile. You murderous bastard. I saw the faint outline of Reginald's car pull up to the side of the movie theater, and I went out to meet him. Even though it was raining, he still got out of the car and held the passenger door open for me. I told him it was silly to do that. I hope I wasn't too late. You caught me in the middle of getting ready for bed actually, and I wanted to get changed. Didn't feel right to leave the home in pajamas. Now he does look kind of psychotic. No, you're good. We drove off to Reginald's apartment amidst all the rain. Because it was so late, there were hardly any cars on the road, so it made the drive a bit safer. We pulled into a parking space next to his building, and he covered me with his jacket as we ran inside. So sorry, I wasn't thinking. I should have brought an umbrella. I didn't mind. We stepped inside to the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. Every time I read the word fluorescent, I want to say flower-rescent, like flower, because it's like it doesn't make sense. But every time I see that word, that's what happens in my mind. Reginald led me to the stairwell, and we headed upward. I had no idea he lived so high up. He told me that the elevator was broken and apologized for the inconvenience. And I just felt bad for him. It must be a pain to climb up all these stairs, especially after a hard day of work. Is Mary just homeless? No, Mary lives in the cabin with Croven, remember? To get to the cabin, she needs to take the bus to go all the way to like some like one of those trailer park things, and then when she gets to the trailer park area, she needs to go through the woods and then to the cabin. So it's like a long way home just walking because it's basically outside of the city. Once we were in the proper hallway, Reginald began to lead me to his apartment. She doesn't. There's this whole thing about her not wanting to have anyone know where she lives because there's like a murderer around, right? That's kind of how the game starts. It's, there's a murderer on the loose that's been killing people, so she gets moved in with, her cousin and their family there in the cabin because her parents are worried that, the danger is danger, so they want her out of the city, and then her parents disappear, and that's how we get this whole story. Once we were in the proper hallway, Reginald began to lead me to his apartment. I tried to be quiet as we moved through the hallway, not wanting to disturb any of his neighbors. Before I knew it, we were entering his front door. Well, here we are. So she doesn't want Reginald to know where she lives. Basically, she doesn't want anybody to know where she lives. Because it's the same thing with Twyla. Croven obviously lives with her because it's technically his place and his parents' place, but his parents got murdered, theoretically. They died, but we don't really know a lot about that either. We just know that they were probably murdered. Well, here we are. I apologize for the mess. If I had the foresight that you were coming, I would have cleaned ahead of time. I look around Reginald's apartment. Is this what he considers a mess? Nothing even looked dusty. Thank you for having me over. I feel really bad having asked you to accommodate me at such a short notice. I'll try not to lose track of time anymore. Don't be silly. It's a pleasure to have you here no matter what. Oh, but don't worry about sleeping on the couch or anything. You can take my bedroom. It's right next to the kitchen. Nice. I'll sleep out here. Huh? Oh no, Reginald, I couldn't. You already drove out in the middle of the night to pick me up. I can't take your bed too. Nonsense, I insist. You'll have a much better sleep, I'm sure of it. But don't you have to go to work in the morning? I'd feel awful if you couldn't get a good night's sleep. No, what you're saying here is it's a small town. He is the only killer here. Technically, it's not a town, it's a city, but yeah. He's the only murderer we know of. And that's also the tricky thing, where technically speaking, we don't even know if he's the murderer. We just know that he's a murderer because, you know, I have seen him murder people one time, you know. But like I said, we don't have any definitive evidence. He's like the closest to he's the murderer as possible. I guess he did technically move in rather recently. So, you know, in theory, he's straight up the murderer. I mean, yeah. A city feels quite small for that. Small, you could argue it's a big town, I guess. I don't know. I think technically it's called a city, but you know how sometimes cities are towns that are just big, or the place is just called a city, but it's not actually a city. It might be one of those things where it is a town, but it's just called like whatever the name is, city. I forgot the name of the place. It might be one of those kind of situations. Trust me, I it confuses me too. Because it's not like we explore that much of the city either. We only ever go to a couple places, which is natural for like a visual novel-esque thing. Unless they had like an open world type of thing to it, which this story obviously doesn't. Because we know the cemetery, there's a bookstore, there is the part of town that is kind of like shut down / like boarded up windows and stuff, so I guess the very poor part of town. There's the suburbs, there is the coffee shop, but you don't ever really get a map of any of those places, you just go there. So I don't really know how big the place is either. But I guess if you're just taking into account that we ever visit like a couple of places, the bar, there's also the bar. I almost forgot about the bar that Croven took us with his friends. Yeah, I guess you could argue it's like a small town. But then again, it's not like we have free roam. Oh, don't you worry about me, I'll be fine. A city feels... Did I already read that? Yes. Oh! Oh dear, I just realized. Huh? What? Is everything okay? You don't have any pajamas to wear, do you? Huh? Oh, don't worry about that. I can sleep just fine in this. How can I not worry? No offense, but although your outfit is quite the ensemble, I don't think it would make for a very nice sleep. Why don't I go out and buy you something really quick? You read some wiki about Reginald, he is awesome sauce, you're gonna find out a bit later. Depends. No way. That's really nice of you, but I can't accept that offer. It's so late and I doubt anywhere is even open. No, when there's a will, there's a way. And besides, I need to pick up some things anyways. No, it's the scenario? Okay. So, please, make yourself at home. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen and don't be afraid to turn on the TV. I'll be back shortly. Before I could protest anymore, Reginald was out the door, leaving me alone in his apartment. I guess all I could do now was wait for him to get back. He is the Blackwoods Busher? Well, there's the spoiler. Why spoil it, Yuki? No! I mean, we may as well be. I plopped myself onto his couch and turned on the TV. There were some commercials playing, so I don't know what show was on yet. Oh, come on, you knew that? I only theorized that. It's not like I knew. All I quote-unquote knew. I know he murders people, because we saw him murdering, but I didn't know he was the Blackwoods Busher. What's on at this hour anyways? Before I knew it, I heard the sound of a door unlocking, and Reginald was walking through the front door. I watched as he locked the door behind him, dropped off some of the plastic bags he was carrying, and shrugged off his coat. He left one bag in his room, and then proceeded to put some stuff away in his kitchen. Sorry, Your Highness, you better be sorry. I'm just joking. It's fine. Like you said, it's basically clear as daylight, and considering that Reginald was also the bad guy in the previous game that this person made, because like I said, it's kind of like a Toby Fox situation where they're reusing the same characters for different stories. Like, yeah. Like I kind of, yeah, Reginald's the bad guy. He's a nice bad guy, which is the weird part. And he also cared a lot about Mary in the previous story too. That seems to be the case. With like, I don't know how many more games this author has, but I should check that out. Because this is like, I think 2 out of however many, assuming they have other games. Toby Fox is smoking weed. Toby Fox is a strange fellow. Toby Fox, did you know that Undertale was technically supposed to be the, like, prototype game because the actual game he wanted to make is Deltarune. Carpet, 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 carpet. Awesome song. Yeah, bro knows what he's doing. Then he came to sit beside me. So, what are you watching? Oh, I don't know, nothing in particular. Well, would you like to watch something? Or would you rather just go to bed? Now that I think about it, I can't remember the last time I actually watched something on TV. Reginald passed me the TV remote and told me to put on anything I'd like. He wasn't picky. Yeah, the talking, yeah. Maybe we could watch... What should we watch? Last time I put the game show because I know Mary likes game shows, so that's what I put on last time. What should we watch this time? You take a pick. I don't think it really matters. Romance, huh? Of course you want romance. Romantic comedy. Let us go ahead. I flickered through a few channels until I found this one. It looked like there was some sort of romantic comedy playing. It seemed pretty cute just from the preview I got of it. Do I watch it? Yes, we are watching this. Do not question me, game. Oh, this is what you wanted to watch? I mean, we don't have to. But, I don't know. They ugly? Listen. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't feel anything about the art style. I was kinda in the mood for something lighthearted and fun. No, I completely understand. Something to watch mindlessly, almost. Something you don't have to worry about. Content like that. It can be so refreshing. Reginald and I sat and watched the TV for a while. It was pretty nice, though eventually I started to feel tired. I think Reginald could tell too. I yawned, so I stood up off the couch, thanking him once again for letting me use his room to sleep. Menacing content. Yeah, content. I said content, didn't I? Or did I say content? It may have just listened. It's probably just my accent, okay? Excuse me for not being a perfect English speaker. It's no problem. It's not a problem at all. I left the pajamas in the bag for you, and I think they should fit. You were talking about Reginald? Yes. Content. Yeah, I'm confused. I think they should fit. Good night, Mary. I had a pretty nice sleep, actually. Reginald's bed felt comfier than my own. But that only made me feel all the worse for taking it from him. I got dressed into my usual clothes, carefully stepped out of the bedroom door. After all, if Reginald was still asleep, I didn't want to wake him. But to my surprise, there was no one there at all. I knocked on his bathroom door just to make sure he wasn't using it. But there was no answer. It was then that I noticed a note that had fallen in from in front of his front door. Mary! So sorry to leave you alone this morning. I had an urgent matter to attend to. I don't think I'll be back anytime soon. But feel free to help yourself to any food in the apartment for breakfast. All I ask is that when you leave, you lock the apartment with the spare key in the end table drawer and then slide it back under the door. Thank you. I'll talk to you later. I see. I didn't really feel comfortable taking Reginald's food, especially when he's not home, and especially not after all he did for me. I followed his other instructions and left the apartment. Wonder what I'll do with today. That sentence is a weird one. It's been a while since anything really interesting has happened. The last exciting thing was when I caught in the rain and had to duck into the movie theater that night. Twyla hasn't messaged me about the investigation or anything like that, though I'm sure she wants me to make up all those favors for her soon. We didn't take any favors of hers. What the hell are you talking about? So I keep my phone handy just in case she needs something from me. So far, it's been nothing. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I haven't been messaged by Reginald in a while either. I think the game just skipped through some bits for me. Oh well. Sometimes I wonder if I should message him first, but he's probably busy and I don't want to annoy him. Even the mysterious number that had been texting me hasn't been responding much anymore. And by much I mean at all. I have no idea what happened to them. It worries me a little bit. But if there's one good thing that's been happening lately, it's that Croven has been spending more time with me. Even if he still does his own thing a lot, he's been making time to see me too. We go on walks together, and we'll catch a movie if he's free. Sometimes Zappara joins us. I still don't know what our relationship is, but I think I feel better about it the more we're all together. I had just been brushing my hair in the morning when something smelled. Smelled like smoke? Croven? Is that you? Croven? This better not be Twyla tweaking again. Concerned, I rushed downstairs to make sure everything was okay. And once I turned into the kitchen, I saw... Yo, Mars! Bro cannot cook. Yo, Mars.
It was supposed to be a surprise.
Croven? You're making breakfast?
I'm not usually this bad at it, I swear. But you know that, right?
Of course I do. But why?
I just thought it'd be nice, you know?
Crow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I helped Croven clean up the situation so that we could sit and enjoy this the morning together. When he asked me,
Hey, Mars. I know this is sudden, but mind taking a trip somewhere with me today?
you know something? Despite how long I knew Croven and his family, I've never been to Halley City myself. Right, Halley City. Okay, maybe I'm confusing our town and Halley City. Hallen City is the place where Hospital Blackout or Blackout Hospital, whatever the title is, happened, because it was a hospital in Hallen City. Well, no. I've come here to visit their home on holidays, and there was that other event. But other than that, I haven't any memories of time spent there or here. I was gonna read that correctly and then I read it incorrectly. But I've always heard such good things about it. It makes me wonder how Croven's family could have moved in the first place. It's so weird.
What?
I don't know. Just like it feels weird is to actually be standing here.
Well, is it everything you is it everything you thought it'd be?
I don't know. We just got here.
Let's show you around then. See if it lives up to the hype.
Croven and I had a wonderful time exploring Helen City together. He rented bicycles to get around town for a bit. I couldn't remember the last time I rode a bike. There was so much room to ride and lots of pretty sights to see. Flowers lined the streets, and there was always more with every step we took. It felt like being on a vacation. I felt like I was a tourist. How had I never visited when it was never even that far? It's not like as if I dislike Blackwood. Blackwood is fine the way it is. In fact, I love Blackwood. But I can see why they liked living in Hallen City so much. Such a gorgeous place to be. Why would you ever want to leave? Oh my god, he's not short. I told you he wasn't short. But like I said, it could just be that, Mary is average woman height, aka me type of tall, and he's just average man height. Drinking that water. Why did they leave Hallen City? That's a question that hasn't been answered. Why he and his parents have left Hallen City? I mean, he did kind of say, in part, the last time it's because he, you did not just say aka me. Yeah. I did. Because it's true. Alright, I'm not afraid of it anymore. Well, I'm still insecure about it, but you know what I mean. So she's me tall. Me tall, most likely. Unless if she's shorter, in which case she's not me tall. And then we'd have to adjust that for Croven, which would mean that he's not average man height. It might be a little shorter. And what was I saying? Croven did kind of say that a part of the reason his family moved was because they missed our family, as in Mary's family. Because, they hung out a lot. So it's just wanted to be closer, so they moved to Blackwood in order to be closer with Mary's family. But that might be not the only reason, I think. They have such a nice view of the sunset here.
Yeah. Dad always used to walk me around here because of it. He told me he proposed to Mom here. Heh, But I think he's full of shit. Don't tell him I said that, though, okay?
Of course I wouldn't. Right, because she can talk to the dead. I almost that sentence was like kind of weird for a second, and then I remembered like, oh yeah, Mary can like talk to dead people. The possibility of moving just to be closer to someone is crazy. Yeah, but there's tidbits of lore that there's some other stuff that I'm kind of thinking about that might also sort of be a reason that like you don't get told, or maybe you don't know. Like for I guess the first example would be that there was a war, and Croven's father was a vet of that war, which is why he wears the eye patch whenever you see him in the portrait. It's because he lost his eye in the war. So maybe our Mary's dad and his dad were like buddies, war buddies. I don't know. We don't have anything much about dad, Mary's dad. We know Mary's mom was a mute, and that's all I think I can remember right now. So yeah, but yeah, still the whole idea that like, oh, they just want to be closer, is a little crazy. I mean, it could have just been little Croven when he was a little youngling, wanting to be like, I want to see Mary more, and they're just like, well, okay. Like I don't know, they had money, so like their lives stable with moving, but you still stable even without moving. Yeah, it's weird because their Croven's parents were well off for the good, for they were like I would say middle upper class maybe. What did I say? What did I read? Like their lives stable with moving, but B you can't listen. It's not my fault. You like it's spell things so strangely to me sometimes. Look at what you spell. Look at what you write, and you expect me to understand and read that correctly. That is not grammatically how sentences work, Yuki. You can't blame me for your mistakes. Of course I won't. Uh, should I do it now?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Whenever you're ready. Oh, okay, so they're gonna do the sleep thing to talk to his parents. Right. See you soon. I laid back against the tree. I knew it isn't normally how I start this process, but I don't think I could bring myself to lie on the dirt in front of them this time. It was fine, though, I think. Close enough, right? Learn word books about silly words. Oh, but you can't stay stable even without me. Yes, I understand now. I did misread. The debuff is strong today. Am I here? Really here? There's a house in front of me, but it's not one I recognize. I understand it now. That's me every other minute after I fuck up something. I understand it now. Me lying. Behind that front door, can it really be? I picked myself up off the ground and walked over to the door. There's only one thing left to do now. Knock. I knocked on the door. I lifted my hand to knock again when... Hello? Who, Mary? Goodness gracious, what are you doing here? No, it's not what you think. It's nothing bad, I promise. Auntie, you're... Honey! Come look! I don't know what voice to give aunt or uncle. Oh, uncle is obviously deep voiced. Huh? What? Come look who's at the door. It's Mary. Who? Mary. What? No, not like that. Look, come see. I can't come to the door. I ain't dressed for the company. Oh, that doesn't matter. She didn't stand up, she picked herself up. Basically. Did I misread again? Whatever, doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Come on, come on, come on. I watched as my aunt disappeared into the house, going to fetch my uncle. Even though I had done this a few times already. Seeing that I couldn't really see my aunt and uncle. No, you read it right. Then why are you saying things? You are gaslighting me. I knew it. I knew the gaslighting was real. Seeing that I could really see my aunt and uncle. Mary! We are so happy to see you again. Hey, kiddo. How are you doing? Maybe I should give him like a somewhat gravelly voice as well. You were laughing at how it was written, okay? Okay. Whatever you say, Yuki. My aunt, my uncle. I miss you guys so much. Unc's design is so lovely though. Yeah. He lost his eye in the war. I remember there being a scene where Mary's like little and she like asks him about it and he's just like, "Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it." He's so casual about his like loss of his eye. Heh. We miss you too, sweetheart. There's so much I wish I could tell you. And Croven. Oh, he'd be so happy if he could see you guys. Oh, we'd love to see him too, but as much as I'd love that boy, I think I'd prefer not to see him for a while. How are ya here anyways, kid? It's a long story. And I don't have a lot of time, but I'm happy I could see you guys again. And I know he will be too. So, how'd it go? Well, I did see them. Really? I mean, yeah, of course you did. You did the same with Theo. What did you talk about? Well, I didn't have a lot of time to speak with them much, but they wanted to know more. They wanted you to know more than anything. That they love you. And know you're going to be great. Going to do great. I know it's not much, but and it's probably what anyone would be expecting to hear, but I know they really meant it, and another hug. Yeah. Those losers would say something like that, huh? Couple of old coots who can't think of anything original. Yeah, that's just like them. Old coots. Imagine calling your parents old coots. They weren't even that old. They're probably in their like late 50s maybe. Depending on how young they had Croven. Croven is in his 20s, so late 50s maybe. I would wager at best when they died. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know where things go from here. I don't know if we're going to find my parents, or if I'll ever figure out who that mystery number was, or even what tomorrow will bring. But what I do know is that as long as I'm with Croven, we'll figure it out somehow. Hey, come on. Sit down with me. There's still a little more I could tell you about. Like how your mom still looks like a movie star, and how your dad looks like he hasn't brushed his hair in forever. He's tearing up. This is the good end. Okay. Ghosts get into their prime from when they in Ghost Realm, remember the music grandma? She explained it. Well, she explained. Yeah, you're right. Sort of, kinda. I think it was just like the form you feel most comfortable in. And grandma was like, "Well, I liked it when I was younger, so." Because there is that one guy we meet in when we do the Twyla route, who we meet at the nursing home, and when we incidentally sleep on his grave, he's still an old man in a wheelchair. So it's like, I think it does depend on like the mindset of the person who's died, not just like an automatic boom. Here you are. And I like how it's like, oh, your mom still looks like a movie star, and it's like she does look kind of pretty, yeah. And then his dad is still all gruffled up. It's just scruffy. Congratulations, you've just completed a route of Cemetery Mary. Thank you for playing. But do you think you can get the true ending if you try again? I fucking forgot that there was a true ending. So we've gotten 3 endings so far, the 2 bad ones, Twyla and Reginald. Now we've gotten good ending. And then I guess I can leave the true ending for some other time because fuck, I don't even know what. I genuinely don't know how I'm gonna get the true ending. You know what's funny about this? You know what's funny? In Blackout Hospital, I got the true ending as the first try. Like on the first try, I got the true ending, and then I had to go again to like get the other endings. And then this one is like the opposite. I get the bad endings first, and then the good ending, and I still haven't figured out how the hell I'm gonna get the true ending. I assume I have to like. My assumption is that I have to go and visit them like when we get the phone call of like, hey, I need your help with something, or hey, can we visit each other at whatever place. I think I'm supposed to do visit each one at certain points and like just kind of have like a good rapport with every one of them. So with Twyla, I guess that'd be going to the nursing home and helping her out with that. For Reginald, I kind of don't know. For Croven, it would be hanging out with him, but Croven has beef with Twyla, so I don't fucking know. And I still don't know how they know each other because I forgot about that. Croven and Twyla know each other, and like Croven has hella beef with Twyla because Twyla's a bitch, admittedly. And Twyla's like kind of nice sometimes, but like she's very professional kind of nice, as in like, well, I'm only doing this because like at first I thought she was just like a tsundere type of character, right? But like turns out she's just a genuine bitch, and maybe she won't be such a genuine bitch in the true ending. I don't know. She just seems to have a lot of baggage. This is so confusing. There are about 6 endings, you guess? There's 4. 2 bad, 1 good, and then the true. I know that much. I just don't know, unless you read the wiki and it said differently and I'm misremembering. But I'm pretty sure there's 4 ending. The true ending is like the one I'm supposed to figure out somehow. I mean, we could just like speed through it one day. Just go through all the ones we're supposed to go through. Do all the things we're supposed to do. Just cheat. And then when we get to the parts where there is a Reginald's good ending and other characters too. Oh well, I guess there's more endings. Because there is the part where we're in the town, or the part of town that's like run down, and we see Reginald, and he's like, "You have to get out of here." And if you decide not to get out of there and continue looking for Twyla, that's where you get the part of him like catching him red-handed. And maybe if you go away, then maybe you get the good ending. I don't know. We'll have to figure that shit out later on, maybe. Or maybe we should try and get the good ending now. How much time do we still have? We still have like 3 hours. I think, right? 3, 4. Yeah, because I'm going for 4 hours today. But I kind of want to get Cemetery Mary done. I mean, the other half, fucking hell. Could we just choose the options we have to? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Just kind of speed run and choose the options we have to. Okay, I'm gonna change the title because I think we'll just stick to Cemetery Mary. So we'll do Slay the Princess some other day. You want the Reginald one? It doesn't matter what you play as long as we have fun. I just really want to figure. I just want this to be done with because I'm getting a little like it's fine. I like the story and I like the art, so it's like it's all chill. I'm not too serious about it, but like I just want to get this done. This is the thing. Every time I think I'm done with it, I'm not done. So it's like I want this done. Let me raise the mic a little higher. All right, this should be good enough. I could just chill normally now because I have to kind of crouch because the weight of the microphone itself kind of makes the plastic, like the part that I have the thing attached to on the table here, my plastic boxes, kind of like it tilts down because of the weight of the mic, and I'm like, God damn it. I have to be in like this pseudo awkward position of like kind of crouched sideways, kind of like hunched over. You thought the mic broke for a second? No, that's just like I didn't mute it when I had to take the damn spinny thing off. The stand for it works. Let's just put it like that. It works, but it's not the best. The arm, I should say. The mic arm. It does what it does. I misspelled but. I spelled by. Shall you send the website where you see what you must choose? Yes, please. Just post a link on the chat. Then I have to figure out whether I should just start from the beginning. I mean, I guess we're gonna start from the beginning anyways. I have to remember if I have a load saved in the beginning part of the game or not. Okay, here I am. Bring up this. Okay. Good ending, true ending. Okay. Twyla's good ending. You can speedrun Twyla because I like my owl girls, even if Twyla's a bitch. She's a bitch, but she's an owl girl. That's the only good thing going for her. Okay, not all of the correct choices are needed to get a good ending, but you need 70% of the correct choices to get a good ending. Aside from a few different scenes, the true ending is the same regardless of the route that you wish that you achieve it on. We can go, I guess we could do Reginald as well. You wanted Reginald, and I'm willing to play with Reginald or do Reginald's path. So let's do that one. Then we can do Twyla's path, and then we already have the good ending with Croven, which makes me wonder if there's a bad ending with him. Probably. Okay. We'll speed run through the first bit. Load. Let's see. One. Did I save over the damn? I think I did. Yeah, I saved over the beginning bits. That's fine. I guess we could just start. And I'm gonna have to skip through this bit. Actually, I'm gonna have to mute this bit because the song that plays in the beginning is copyrighted. So start. Continue. Blah blah blah. Okay, skip through this bit. Okay. Now we're not there, so we can now play the game normal. What are you doing? Oh, where's Aunt and Uncle? I finished dinner. All the food is cold. I made too much, and fell asleep. That's fine. I'm not complaining. Other than that, we didn't say much. Dinner was quiet. Cleaned up most of it. Helped Croven a bit. After that, we went to go sit in the living room. Once we finished cleaning the kitchen up, I joined him for like the usual. Normally after dinner, when Croven and I sit together, we do something fun. We play games, blah, blah. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna Rule around and desert you. Why are you rickrolling me in my own chat? Provin's been pretty bad mood since. It's not as if I can blame him. I want to talk to him, but I don't really know if he's in much of a mood to talk. Okay, go to bed because we know he gets pissy when we try to attempt a conversation. I decided I'd be better off just going to bed at this point. After a few moments of awkward sitting, I went upstairs and headed up to my room. I didn't know what to make of Croven. I didn't want to make Croven angrier than I already did. I brushed my teeth and got changed into my pajamas, stretched out, and what you would consider my bed. The room I have in the cabin is nice. It's not like at my room back in my actual home, but I've stayed here so long I've been able to decorate it a bit more to my liking. It's a pleasant room to stay in, even if it's not quite home. Of course, I don't normally sleep right away. I usually read a book or watch a movie on my laptop or lie awake thinking of every embarrassing thing that happened in my life. But as of recently, I've picked up a different nighttime ritual. Where's Mary's parents? They disappeared. We don't know. I assume the true ending will help us figure that out. One that's nowhere near as pleasant. The text message I received the days following my parents' disappearance, it was from a number I didn't recognize. Your parents are safe, it had said. I know I should have done something smart. I should have told somebody. This is why the whole mystery phone number is like a big mystery phone number. It's a big mystery because like he or she, whoever mystery person is talking through text with us, says they have our parents and that we can't visit them just yet and blah 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 blah. And like I have literally there's nothing that can be said. I mean, you've read the wiki, so you probably know something about that. But instead, I texted the number back, and they responded to me. I've noticed that, other than the first message, they usually don't reach out to me. It's me who keeps texting them, hoping to find out what's happening behind all this. Are you still awake? I'm awake whenever you want to talk. Are my parents alright? Yes. I'm keeping a careful eye on them. How can I be sure you even have them? What if you're just trying to prank me? Why would I do that? Because I'm hoping it's a prank. I'm sorry, it isn't a prank. I can promise that it's all real. How do you even get my number? Your parents gave it to me. Why would they do that? Because they care about you. You must be lying to me. My parents wouldn't do something like that. I'm sorry, you don't know your parents as well as you think you do. What does that mean? Seriously, you freak me out. I just want my parents back. Please don't drag this out. I just want them back home. You should get some rest. It's late, isn't it? I'll talk to you tomorrow. I don't like to text for too long. Until then, goodbye. Goodbye. They suggested that I get some rest, but how do they expect me to do that? I had never felt more restless in my life. Even asleep. I knew I wouldn't rest. When I woke up the next morning, Croven had already left for the day. But it wasn't a surprise. He's been staying out late and leaving super early ever since the incident. I think him being home bothers him. But I'm not surprised. Whenever I pass the diner, I too feel like not being there. It's not the same without mom and dad after all. And despite this cabin being out in the middle of the woods, it really isn't all that hard to get back to Blackwood. Outside of our cabin is a faint dirt trail. It gets a bit twisty at some parts, but isn't too confusing. It's like about 15 minutes walk to down, but maybe 10 if you're fast. At the end of the trail, there's a fence, on one with a slight gap in it. And past that fence, there's a little community. It isn't big, a few trailers with a few people living all the way out here, far from anything that's, well, anything. But there's a road here and a bus that comes through. It runs through Blackwood. So whenever we need to leave, we take the bus. And then after the end of the short trip, you're in Blackwood. It's the city I grew up in. Okay, so it is called the city. I wasn't tripping at all. And I always really loved it. There's the library, the local stores, but my most favorite place to be is the Blackwood Cemetery. I had it's got lots of trees to read under and the prettiest headstones I've ever seen. There's a mausoleum too, though I've never been inside. Private mausoleum, you know? I don't know who it belongs to. I wonder if we ever... this mausoleum, we must at some point be able to get in there. Anyways, I always try to leave flowers when I visit, at least every so often. And I visit a lot. I like to think it helps them, you know, not feel lonely. And then after having spent my day in Blackwood, I come back home the same way I left. But I always make sure no one sees the way I come back home. Just in case, you know? And despite the recent events, I too leave the cabin more than ever now. Croven is rarely home, and I don't like being here alone. I know I'm just being paranoid, but I don't like the thought that maybe the butcher could find me out here all alone. Even if that's the whole reason I'm here in the first place. So I go out a lot now. I feel more comfortable surrounded by lots of people. Despite how things may seem, I always prefer to be around people anyways. And that's one reason why I like to go to the cemetery so often. There's always people there, even if you can't see them. After I go out of bed, I made myself a small breakfast and got changed into my favorite outfit. Croven's gone, and the bus I take into town should be arriving any minute now. Where should I go today? I guess... I think we can skip through this because this is just the introductory stuff, but... meh. Library was where Twyla's at, so... I decided to go to the library. There's nothing quite like a good book. My favorite kind of books are mysteries. Oh my god, the Unc and the Aunt painting? Yeah, it's a cute painting. It's of their wedding, I'm pretty sure, right? Because it's like Aunt's in the dress and obviously Uncle's in his suit. Not necessarily murder mysteries, but mysteries in general. In fact, I kind of prefer it when the mysteries don't involve anyone dying. There's a lot less tension there, you know? But maybe I'm just too soft. I also quite enjoy manga, especially the shoujo kind. I feel almost embarrassed to like them, but I find that they're cute and nice. Still not brushed hair? Yeah, man's is unkept. And you know what? It works out for him. I mean, he has a wife and everything, so... had a whole ass kid, you know? Had a whole ass everything. It just works out with him. And I like seeing characters fall in love. Yeah, a shoujo. Maybe that's why I like what I'll try to find in the library today. I stepped into the library and began to make my way over to my favorite spot. Oh no, this is right. Homeboy's here, Reginald. A tucked away corner of the library, right by a single window. Sometimes I'd spend an entire day in the corner just reading. I've even managed to finish entire books without leaving the library. Still has some more bitches than you. Yeah. I looked forward to doing something like that again today, but when I got to my favorite spot, I noticed a man was already sitting there. I like the little turkey-looking guy, the little ball, like what's the point of that? You know, like I don't understand. It's just there. and I find that funny. Alright, we got to be honest with him, right? I think it's the first thing. When meeting Reginald, be honest about the kind of book you want. Okay, okay. Oh my god, Reginald. Like his hair is like so long, bro. It's like on the table type of long. And I'm pretty sure he's sitting up straight too, which is funny. But this man, he's familiar. And I've met him before. Oh, my apologies. Did I take your seat? Oh, it's you. Mary. Marianta, yes? Ah, that's right. I remember you. From the funeral, right? Indeed. Do you remember my name? Reginald? We going for the Reginald true ending? Yeah, good ending. Reginald good ending. That's right. I mean, if we accidentally, it would be funny if we accidentally got the true ending through Reginald. That'd be so funny. We're trying to get a specific good ending. We're either gonna get the good one or the true one on accident. Either or doesn't matter to me. Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you here. I was hoping I'd run into you again one day. Oh. Uh-huh. I hope that doesn't come off weird. You were just a pleasant person to be around. You really brought life into that funeral. Oh, really? Thank you. I think. So, what brings you to the library today? Oh, well, I didn't really have plans, so I thought I'd just check out a book or something. Likewise. What kind of book were you interested in checking out? Be honest. I'm actually here to look for a shoujo manga. Shoujo manga? What's that? Oh, it's like... Do you know what a manga is? I have an idea, but I can't say I'd ever read one myself. Well, it's like one of those, but it usually centers around the romance between the two main characters. And sometimes they're like friends or rivals. But I really like the comedy ones because you get cute jokes mixed into the romance. But sometimes the drama ones are really cute too, and they can get really intense. And sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not good at explaining things. You sure you didn't have to choose detectives? It says be honest about the kind of book that you want, which was, you know, the manga. She said she wanted to look for a shoujo manga, so we were honest and looked for the shoujo ones. I'm reading the thing. It's right there. It's in the wiki. A goofball. I'm gonna double check just because you're tweaking me out right now. When meeting Reginald, be honest about the kind of book you want. See, we gotta be honest about things. And we were honest. No worries, I think you did a good job. I thought she said she likes detectives. She likes mysteries, is what she said. But she also wanted to look for a shoujo, is what she also said. A shoujo sounds interesting. Perhaps I'll check one out myself later. I'm trying to be more open to new things, after all. Anyways, what are you here to read? Me? I'm reading Manslaughter on the Desorient Locomotive. That name is still fucking weird to me. Oh, I've been meaning to read that one too. Do you want it then? What? Oh, no, it's okay. Please, take your time. Just, if you wouldn't mind, would you tell me when you're done with it? You know, so I could maybe read it after? I'm fine with that. Though I've already gotten pretty far in, and I don't think I'll be finished by today. You have a cell phone, yes? Would it be alright if I have your number? That way I can notify you as soon as I'm finished. And well, I'd like to try and be friends too, if that's alright. Oh, really? I mean, yeah, of course. Out here rizzing Mary up. It's that easy. Reginald and I exchanged phone numbers, and I was shocked he even remembered me. But I'd consider meeting him again a pleasant surprise, and one I really appreciated. After our exchange, I picked out a shoujo book from one of the shelves and began to read in one of the other spots in the library. I ended up liking it so much, I thought I looked for the other books and brought two or three home with me to read later. And after I came home, had dinner, and cleaned up the kitchen, I began my usual nighttime routine. I got changed into the pajamas, brushed my teeth, sat on my bed, and texted whoever they were. Hi, it's me again. Are you there? Yes. You're still not going to tell me anything, are you? No. Can I ask you even if you won't give me an honest answer anyways? Okay. Are you the Blackwood Butcher? Would I tell you if I was? Are you afraid of for their safety? Of course, why wouldn't I be? Referring to the parents. I see. Should I be afraid for my own safety? Who am I to tell you what you should and shouldn't be afraid of? Your fears are your own to judge. You're way too vague. Why did you even contact me to begin with? I thought you'd like to know about your parents. I'm only trying my best to keep you happy. You think I'm happy? Maybe not now, but you will be. I have to go now. Goodbye. Goodbye. After another frustrating and unsettling night of text messages, I got under the covers and tried my best to sleep. It wasn't easy, and I had a lot of difficulty trying. I don't remember exactly when, but eventually I was able to sleep, even if not peacefully. Dad? Yes, sweetheart. Um, yes. Is something wrong? Mama told me that Uncle Ray died. Did she now? Are we going to go see him? No, no. You don't need to worry about that. I don't? I flickered her aside. She's so small. I just pat her head. But listen, Mary. Normally, when someone passes, you hold a funeral for them, right? Yeah. The thing about funerals, though, is that they're for people who are worth remembering. After I go out of bed, I made myself breakfast and got changed into my favorite outfit. Croven's gone, and the bus I take into town should be arriving any minute now. Where should I go today? If we say the library. I was just there. Okay. Did he just say Unk wasn't worth it? Not this one, because you gotta remember, this Unk isn't dead yet. They're referring to like another uncle that we don't really get told anything about. It does give us a bit of that line was very weird to me as well, because it was like, why would a man say that to his like little girl, you know? Like, you don't just say that kind of shit. Like, maybe this is just some uncle that did something bad, and that's why he's like, well, it's only for people worth remembering, and it's like, maybe that's why, but I don't know. It was a line that came off very strangely, and I was kind of like, wait, is he referring to like this guy, this uncle? He can't be referring to this uncle though, because that was when she was little, and this uncle and aunt weren't gone until recently. Let's go to the cemetery. You're okay with him saying that if he was referring to another unk? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's referring to another unk. Because this uncle, I don't remember if their names were ever said. I think is when you have another flashback. I think the one I was talking about earlier, when Mary asks the uncle in the portrait about his eye. I think she says his name in that flashback. I just don't remember it. I went to my favorite place, the cemetery. The cemetery is pretty much on the same block as my family's restaurant, right next to it, in fact. All you have to do is cross the street. It's on the same side of the road. I think my parents chose this location because it's good for business. And that's what Mom always told me. People are always hungry after a funeral. Crying takes a lot out of you, after all. I was always glad to live there because I really loved visiting the cemetery. I like to walk down the rows and see who got flowers that day. That's what I do most days. Sometimes I'll pick my own flowers just to leave on the graves that look like they've been forgotten about. I'm actually quite known for the cemetery. Some people have even begun to use a nickname for me, though I don't know how many of them even know what I look like. When I arrived at the cemetery gates, however, I was surprised to see Croven standing there, with what looked like his a new friend. Croven? Mary? Did you follow me? Huh? No, I didn't. You know I always come here. Yeah, but that's usually not until later. Why are you here so early? I mean, it's not as if I had anything better to do. Well, do you have to be here right now? I'm kinda on a date. Oh, this is a date? I mean, it can be, if you want it to be. I'll think about it. I have no idea what voice to give Vasilis. Even in the last game I played, I don't think I really gave Vasilis a voice. I think I just talked normally. I guess we can try to be Shell. I don't know what being Shell means, though. I don't think it matters, this part, whether or not we're Shell with him or not. Croven gay. Croven is just a bastard in the beginning. Who's your friend? This is Vasilis. I met him at the arcade. Yo. Sorry, Mary, but can you please go? I really don't have the energy for this right now. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll see you later. Later. See you another life, Mary. Oh, oh, how true that is. How true that is. Because we literally hang out with Mary in the other game almost exclusively. Because she's part of our party in that other game. The other game, Blackout Hospital, is more of like there's more fighting in that game because you gotta fight a bunch of weird creatures in the hospital. And she gets to be part of your party because she's one of the patients at the hospital. That was a fun game. You should get it. You can get it on the you could get it on itch.io. It's literally called Blackout Hospital. It's a good game. Fun, at least. It was a fun game. I left Croven alone. I didn't want to interrupt his little date or whatever. Especially didn't want to make him more mad at me. However, I wasn't going to let him stop me from going into the cemetery. I continued on past the gates and stepped inside. It seemed emptier than usual. It didn't look like any funerals were being held today. Would it be mean of me to wish there was? Yeah, it probably would be. I forget I said anything like that. It was a really awful thing to say. When nighttime rolled around, I headed back home. I slipped into my pajamas and headed to bed almost immediately. And of course, though I couldn't sleep right away, I had someone I needed to talk to first. Good evening, again. Good evening. Good evening, Twitter. May I ask you something? You always do. How do you know my name is Mary? I've always known. Huh? I've always known what your name is. Now, have we met before? If we did, you probably wouldn't remember. If? So we didn't meet. take that if as a maybe. We may have met before, but would it make any difference if you didn't remember me? It would be as if we were meeting for the first time again. Or I guess well, I did. There was no again. Why did I say again? That's weird. I'm uncomfortable. I can't help but giggle at that because it's like she's so straight laced in that part. That's weird. I'm uncomfortable. Like that's the only time she's like, kind of like I don't know. Any updates on my parents? They are fine. Will I ever see them again? Yes, because I'm coming to get you too. I just need more time. Good night, Mary. I went to sleep feeling pretty shaken that night. I try not to think about it. I'm surprised I was able to get any sleep at all. Maybe the mystery number is not one dead unk, not worthy remembering, fake death. You know, I never thought about that actually. But why would that uncle have our parents? Would be the question, right? And we haven't really gotten any clues as of that. Like, fake your death for what reason, you know? I guess the reason would be that he did something bad and then had to fake his death, and therefore is not worth remembering because at least the family knows he did something bad. But outside of that, it's like, why kidnap our parents, you know? Why kidnap Mary's parents? That would be the weird bit that we have no clue about. Literally no clues. Well, it's either that one unk or Reginald. Yeah. I thought it was Reginald too for the longest time. Like, my head theory is that it's Reginald. But unk being on the table now, since you mentioned it, we'll have to keep our brain churning. I am very bad at thinking outside the box. I can only work with what I have in front of me. I'm surprised I didn't have any nightmares either. Uncle Cross? That's his name, Uncle Cross. Yeah, Mary? Sorry, I'm supposed to give him a gravelly voice as well, because, you know, Croven, I gave a gravelly voice, and he's very much like Croven, except the eye thing. Croven's eyes being that kind of red is because of the whole orange juice incident. Yeah, Mary? Uncle Cross, can I ask you something? A question? Sure thing, kiddo. Shoot. How do you lose your eye? Mary. That's not... It's fine. I don't mind. I lost my eye in the war. You were in war, Uncle Cross? I was. I can't really do like the like happy tone in his voice, but like being a low voiced, I just can't pull it off. I won't get into the specifics of it, but it was important to me that I protect my family in any way I could. Do you miss it? My eyeball? Yeah. You know something? Not as much as I thought I would. I think I would miss you bunch a lot more. After I got out of bed, blah blah blah. Croven's gone. Okay, now we go to the cafe. I decided to go to the new cafe that opened up. Do you miss it? My eyeball? Yeah, the war. It's literally just... That's all we get about that, by the way. There's no further context to the war. All we know is that the war happened. And he lost his eye. And that's like it. So... Maybe the creator of the game has some other game that mentions the war as well. Maybe they don't. Probably not, if I'm being completely honest, since each game so far seems to be disconnected from the other, even if they use the same characters. Planet Dollars is a popular coffee chain, but we've never had one in this town. Okay, so it is a town. It's just called Blackwood City. City, town, whatever. Well, until now, that is. I've always wanted to go to one, just to try it, you know?
Although, I don't actually like coffee. But still, I could at least see what they had, right? When I went to the cafe, it was already packed. I thought since it had already been around for a few weeks, some of the hype surrounding it would have died down. But I guess not, seeing as how noisy and crowded it was. Still, at least it was something different from usual. As I said, I'm not particularly fond of coffee. And since I had a light breakfast anyways, I decided to treat myself with a muffin. Every time I come across this line, it makes me want a muffin too. I want a blueberry muffin so bad. Like, you don't understand. It's been a long time since I've had a blueberry muffin. Warm, too. Like, a chocolate muffin. Because sweet foods are the best. However, I found myself in a bit of a pinch when I tried to look for some place to sit down. It seemed as though everyone's seats were already taken, and I really didn't want to walk and eat at the same time. Luckily, though, I was able to find an empty seat. A girl around my age with the most spectacular eyebrows was diligently working on her laptop with an empty seat across from her. I figured she must be writing an essay for college or something. Coffee shops are popular with people in college, or so I hear. Seeing as this was the only seat left, I asked her, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" She didn't verbally answer me. Rather, she glanced over at me, rolled her eyes, and nodded to the empty chair. I tried to look apologetic as I sat. "Thank you." How can we be chill with her? What's her chill options? Just stay quiet, right? just just shut the fuck up and continue existing. I remember that much. Hey, thanks for being quiet while I work. I appreciate it. Oh, of course, no problem. What are you working on, if I may ask? So, you're interested in what I'm doing here? Well, yeah, I guess. You seem to be very focused after all. As focused as I can be. What's your name? Me? I'm Mary. Twyla, nice to meet you. Anyways, I'm working on a report. A report? Like for school? No. Have you noticed something odd going on in town recently? Something odd? I'm not surprised if you haven't heard of it. It's like the police are trying to dull the suspicions. Or just arrest potential suspects so everyone can feel safe. Oh. Oh, are you talking about the killing rumors? The Blackwood Butcher, right? Don't say it out loud. But, yes, how did you know? Oh, well, I've been hearing the rumors for a while now. And actually, my aunt and uncle died pretty recently. They were, killed. Really? Uh-huh. That's actually pretty... How did they die? Oh, I don't know. No one really told me, but the circumstances were strange. Like, they didn't die naturally. There was definitely someone else involved. At least, that's what I've been told. Reginald be sneezing right now. Right, the whole when someone's talking about you, you sneeze thing. Isn't that technically supposed to be when someone's thinking about you or when someone says your name? I think it's supposed to be when someone's thinking about you. Or when someone's dreaming about... Maybe I'm confusing the sayings. I know there's one about if someone dreams about you, you feel sick or something. I don't know. Too many of those silly sayings. At least that's what I've been told. Uh-huh. Interesting. You know, maybe you can help me with this report. Talking means thinking. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean. I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to be accurate to the sayings, alright? Maybe you could help me with this report. I can't. How do I do like a suave, not suave, but like a Twyla voice? Sirius would probably hit you with a certain kind of stick if you did bad things, things she didn't like. Slay. No, I'm not. Maybe you could help me with this report. Like that does not fit her character. And maybe some other stuff. Oh, can I? Yeah, if you're okay with that, of course. Yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, having a killer around is bad, so if I can help, like, raise awareness or something, I mean, like, yes, I'd like to help you. Thanks. This'll really put me ahead. I have to go, actually. I'm running late for something. Here, give me your phone number. I'm not entirely sure I'll need your help, but I'd rather have a way to contact you, just in case. Oh, yeah, of course. That hurt my throat. Tala and I exchanged numbers. After she picked up her laptop and was picked up by a car outside. Come to think of it, I didn't actually see her drink any coffee or order any food. I guess maybe she finished before I got there. She's 2 SP, spoiled, stops ahead. I was 2 steps ahead. I suppose so. She is attentive and very dedicated to her research, let's just say that. I don't know why she would choose such a noisy place to work, though. After spending my day looking in some nearby stores, I went home pretty tired. I ate leftovers for dinner and yawned more than once as I got changed into pajamas. I plopped myself into my bed and pulled out my phone, ready to continue the nightly conversation. You're there, right? Of course I am. I don't know why I keep contacting you. I guess I'm just afraid if I don't, you'll disappear or something. It's unlikely. I know you won't tell me where my parents are, but can you at least tell me why you took them? No. Why not? I don't know who could be seeing these messages. I'm not showing them to anyone. And you expect me to trust that? You expect me to trust you. Fair point. I really don't see how this works. How am I supposed to trust you when you aren't some dangerous... how am I supposed to trust you aren't someone dangerous if you don't give me any info to go off of? Especially when I haven't even heard from my parents. Goodbye, Mary. Sleep well. This brother is the best, like, just dodging questions left and right, weaving past those questions. I felt sick that night as I tried to go to sleep. I tossed and turned so many times, and yet I was still too tired to get up and try doing something else. I don't remember when, but eventually I was able to fall asleep. I didn't sleep very well, though. I'm not going back out there. You saw how they were looking at me? I can't do it. I can't. I'm sorry. I just... Maybe it's better if I don't anymore. I woke up the next morning. Yeah, I must have been pretty tired after the last few days. Dragged myself out of bed and followed my morning routine. I got changed into my favorite outfit, had breakfast, etc. And of course, Groven was once again nowhere to be seen. However, when I checked my phone that morning, I realized that he had sent a message. To my surprise, there were other messages there as well from my new friends. Whose should I read first?
Good morning, Miss Marianta. I hope you're doing well today. You had asked about the book the other day, right? Well, I actually finished it quicker than I expected to. I'd really love to give it to you, but I won't be at the library today. I'm actually going to be at the cemetery. You like that place though, right? You should come to see me. Yeah, baby, you should come see me. Then I can pass the book over to you. I'll be there a quarter afternoon or so. Then maybe after, we can grab lunch or something together. I hope that doesn't come off weird. I'd just like some company for my lunch break. Call me back. Hey, Mary, I'm sorry. I know I've been acting pretty nasty to you lately. I hope you know I don't mean it. Have you been to the Planet Dollars yet? You like that place? He already knows. Yeah, he knows a lot of things. And Mary does not pick up on any of it, by the way. I'll be heading there for lunch today, maybe at like 12:30. You should come and have lunch with me. My treat. And then I can, like, finally apologize or whatever. Mary, it's Twyla. If you're still interested in helping me, I'll be at the library around noon today. It should be quiet there, and there's some books I want to pick up for research purposes. Or Mary don't care? Yeah, that's true as well. Mary is kind of naive though. I'm not gonna lie. Mary's a little bit naive. Meet me at meet me there if you can. But if not, I'll just call you up another time. Exit phone. I was messaged by each of them. However, I think I'll only have time to meet one of them at a time today. Where should I go today then? First of all, save. We're gonna save right here. Overwrite this save. And I'm gonna like use the bathroom because I have to. So I'll be right back. I have returned. A little bit naive sees ghosts. Okay, I see ghosts. Yeah, like okay, she's just she's just very casual about things. Like I don't know. Maybe it's because she's very nice. I just perceive her as naive, or maybe you're right. You could be right. She just doesn't give a damn. I don't know. I think she just is a little brainless at times. Most of the time. That's all I'm trying to say. She's just a little lacking in critical thought in times where you would theoretically expect a person to be thinking about things. Uh, alright. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what Reginald's good ending? I guess we got to hang out with him. But I don't know if this is now or later that it's important to hang out with him. When do we go shopping with Reginald? That's a thing I kinda... Buy him only the tools he asks for. No more, no less. The correct choices are antifreeze, an axe, rat poison, measuring tape. Okay. I guess we'll hang out. We'll just go with... where was he again? The goddamn... cemetery, right. It was a tough choice, but I had to choose one of them. I told the others I had plans, and that I'd have to meet with them some other time. Then, when noon rolled around, I headed to my destination. Reginald was not outside the cemetery gates, as I had expected, so I delved deeper into the cemetery. At first, I was worried he had already left, but eventually I was able to find him on one of the paths. He seemed to be looking at a few graves, as if he was looking for someone. I called out to him as to not startle him. He noticed me and waved me over, so I made my way over to him. Hello again, Reginald? It's nice to meet you. To see you. It's nice to see you too. I'm surprised you showed up. I thought you might be busy, such at last minute. Well, even if you weren't here, I'd probably be here anyways. Besides, I wanted to see you. I thought it would be nice to talk again, since last time we were both preoccupied with books. I'm glad to hear that. I was thinking the same thing. Oh, and speaking of books, before I forget, Reginald handed me a book from the other day. Don't worry about checking it out at the library. And I told them I'd be giving it to you, so I had them extend the due date under your name. Oh, thank you, I think. I'm surprised they let you do that. Anyways, why are you here? Are you missing someone? I know it hasn't been too long since the funeral service, so... Oh, heavens, no. Oh, fuck, I missed... Haha, sorry if I made you think that. I'm just here for business. Business? Do you work at the cemetery? 'Cause I've never seen you around here before, you know. Oh, no. I agreed to make I agreed to meet the caretaker here since they couldn't get off work. You see, I'm a coffin maker, and well, someone's in need of a coffin soon. Q. What about Q? Q is save, quick save. I can just go to history. Oh, Twitch Q. The letter is so weird. Is it? What's weird about it? It looks like a Q to me. Looks like a normal queue. On the Twitch app, yes. Hmm. Well, I hope it doesn't bother you too much then. I hope it's not too weird. My like throat is kind of hurting a little from the voices. Oh, you're a coffin maker? Look at that little blush on her face. She's so astonished by that. This is definitely her type of man. And I'm not, Reginald probably knew that. It's like, oh, you're a coffin maker? You never told me that. That's, wow. That's, really neat, actually. Are you impressed by that? Well, I'm really into these things. I'm always here for a reason, after all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention. I'm sorry I didn't mention it to you sooner. Then you could just read that with your own voice. But where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in it? Then you won't know who I'm reading. If you're like busy doing something, or if somebody's lurking, they can't tell who I'm reading. You know? That's why I put the voices on. It'll be fine. Just as long as I don't push it too much. I'm like trying not to burp. Sorry about that. They hear that. That's true. What if they're new? What if they're new? I'll just keep reading. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Jolly's a god. I'll just keep drinking my water and giving myself a little pause. If you really like coffins, I can show you a few I've designed. What if they dumb? Yeah. I have a portfolio back at home, but I'm sure I have a few pictures on my phone I can show you too. Oh yes, please do. I'd really love to see. Reginald showed me a few pictures on his phone of some coffins he made. They were all so detailed and intricate. They seemed personalized to every person they belonged to. I was taken aback, and I could have stared at them all day if he'd let me. Wow, those were really beautiful. You really made those? I'd love to be buried in one of those one day. And then this line, I remember this line. I'd love to be buried in one of those one day. It's like, okay, Mary, chill. Was that weird? Aw, no, you flatter me. I'm happy you like them so much. What's with that look? What look? I wasn't making the look. Sorry, I just had a sneaking suspicion. But no, I'm sure I'm wrong. Suspicion? About what? Oh, I was just thinking that you'd want me to design a coffin based off you too. Based off of you too? Wait, are you serious? I mean, I know I don't need it right now, but I'd be so happy if you did. I mean, we hardly know each other, and that's so generous. Oh, it's nothing, really. I thought someone like you would appreciate that offer, and I could always use a new muse. It'd be my pleasure. Especially if it would make you that happy. Sneaking suspicion about Mary liking him. Maybe. You just have to promise you won't go dying on me anytime soon. Oh my gosh. Sorry, the idea of it is so flattering. Do you really think I'd make a good muse for one? Absolutely. When we met earlier, I remember you telling me about how much you loved this place. Who could ever be better for inspiration of my work? For my work.
I know you love the cemetery, so we can stay here a while if you want. You feel like Mary would have a fancy coffin and with all curves and so on? Curves like her little hair horns. Yeah, I feel like it'd be very goth cuz not saying that Mary's goth, but like she likes black clearly, despite being a little ray of sunshine. Otherwise, she'd be wearing something else. Curls. Yeah, curls. She's got curls. And her coffin, I do agree, would have some curls as well. Or are you saying curless? Curlies? Curls? I don't know what I'm yapping on about. But I have to leave for my lunch break soon, if you're still waiting to join me. Oh, right. We can go whenever you'd like. Although I do kind of feel bad. Croven invited me to lunch today too. Who's Croven? Corrales. That's just a name. I'm pretty sure Corrales is just a name. Who's Croven? Does it matter if I tell him about Croven? I don't think so. So, yeah, he's my cousin. I mean, we're not actually blood related. And we're not like in-laws or anything either. You're so Mexican. I just know my names, okay? You give me a name and I'm like, I know where this is from. Probably. It's like looking at languages. I may not know what the words are or what they mean, but if you like show me just a word in whatever written language, I probably know where it comes from. I would not be the heart of mankind if I did not at least have some attunement for that sort of thing. His family has just always been really close to mine ever since we were kids. So I call him cousin, even though he's not one. You rolled your R better than a Mexican VTuber, you know. uh, well, rolling R's is fun, you know. It's just fun. I like doing it. I'm surprised when people cannot do it because it's to me it's not that hard. It's just, and to others they're like, it's like they're trying to make a tisk sound when they try for the first time, which is always funny. But I don't blame them. It's not like they're used to it. Though sometimes he can feel more like an annoying older brother, especially with his nasty attitude lately. Creepers. Aw, man. So we back in the mine. Got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. Nasty attitude? Yeah, he's been very easy to upset lately. Though I guess I can't really blame him. And I know I don't really help. Well, I think you made the right decision to come here instead. Me, you do? Absolutely. You shouldn't force yourself to be around someone who's making you feel so bad. Really, Mary, you have to take care of yourself, you know? So, let's go somewhere where you don't even have to think about it. Don't worry about a boy like that. And if he ever really gets on your nerves, you can always give me a call. Oh no. Let's not call him about any Croven problems, alright? We don't want Croven dead. Hey, sir. Oh yes? Oh no. No, Yuki, no. I won't mind. I understand how frustrating some people can be sometimes. You mean that? Thanks, Reginald. That means a lot to me. Of course. Well, Croven was a killing ending too? Has a killing ending? Well, I mean, yeah, that's probably true.
I'm really curious about Twyla's good ending. What the hell could Twyla's good ending be? Because holy shit, her ending is literally fucking just whacking on Kroven and then burning the damn cabin down like she crazy. I was so shook when I got that ending, and it was my first ending. I was like, what the fuck? Shit was so out of pocket for her because like she's like calm for the most part, and so you just never expect that kind of thing. Finding out who Reginald is, no, because I got the bad ending for her. So that just involved her like just wailing on like we randomly wake up in the middle of the night smelling smoke or something. It wasn't the morning, I can't remember, early morning or late at night, and she's just like there. Croven's like basically, she's basically trying to break the boy's like knees. She just beats the fuck out of him. What the fucking? I can't even remember what it was. If it was like a crowbar, and then just burns the fucking cabin down, or is like the cabin's already burning down, and she's just like, oh, she says something that insinuates that Croven has done something bad. So there's that. I guess I forgot about that. I don't know how I forgot about the fact that she said something about Croven possibly not being a good person. Oh, I guess we'll figure out whenever we do the bad ending for him. Now come, let's get going. Oh, and by the way, on the way, maybe you can recommend one of those shoujo mangas to me. I've been meaning to find one to read. Reginald and I went to find somewhere to eat on his lunch break. Even though I hadn't known him long, he was treating me as if we were always friends. It was a strange feeling, but I can't say it was one that was unwelcome. He talked so casually, without pauses or hesitance in his voice. Wish I could do that. I couldn't understand why. It just felt so bizarre. And now, even in a bad, and not even in a bad way, maybe I'm still not used to making friends. But I was always glad I had a chance now with someone who. Before we could decide on anywhere to go, Reginald received a phone call. It was a client of his. He looked at me apologetically and told me he had to leave right away. I told him it was alright and we parted ways. After he left, I headed back to the cemetery. I didn't see anyone else there the rest of the day. I never know if that's a good thing anymore. When I go home that night, I did my usual routine. And to finish it off, I plopped on my bed and took out my phone just like usual. Hi. Hello. Hello there. General Kenobi. Can we talk about that thing you said the other night? I haven't been able to stop thinking about it ever since you said it. What's bothering you? You said that you were coming for me. That you just needed more time. Are you really going to steal me too? It'll be alright. I promise. It's for the best. You're gonna make me feel sick all over again. What do you want me to tell you? That I'll see my parents again. You will. At least that's what's planned. You shouldn't worry yourself sick over something like that. I promise I'm taking extra good care of them. Bro's talking about her parents like they're pets. Somehow that's still hard to believe. You'll see. I wouldn't do anything to disappoint you. When will this be over? Soon, hopefully. I just need more time. You'll hang on for me, won't you? Do I have a choice? Sweet dreams, Mary. I didn't sleep at all that night. No shit. I really didn't. There were a few times I shut my eyes and tried to, but nothing could calm me down anymore at this point. My anxiety was through the roof. I just wanted mom and dad back. I wanted to know for certain that they were okay. It should have been me that was taken.
maybe it was supposed to be. The next morning when I got up, Croven was still home. He seemed to be acting pretty normal for once. At the very least, not agitated. But despite this, it didn't I didn't sit and have breakfast with him. I wasn't in the mood to really talk to anyone, not right now. Not after last night. It was too much. I just wanted some private time to myself. I just wanted to cool down. So, as I was about to leave, Croven called out to me. Not eating breakfast, Mars? I responded, mm, don't think this matters either. So we'll just pick, today I'm not hungry, because it's true. Not hungry. He responded with a simple okay, and after that, I was out of the door. And I just wanted to go to that place and not be bothered. On the bus ride there, all three of them texted me again. Croven said he noticed I left pretty quickly and hoped I wasn't upset with him for his behavior lately. Twyla talked about some of her progress on the research, and Reginald said he'd be at the cemetery again today. Although I appreciate their messages, I really just needed to be alone. I needed to go back there and just relax. No, that's not the right word. I wasn't going to I wasn't going there to relax. I was going there to mourn. The Dine Red. It's where I grew up. I lived my whole life in this diner. Restaurant? Bistro? I never know the right word for places like these. Me neither, to be honest. We always had such silly names for it since it was next to the cemetery. The restaurant in peace, and sometimes the diner. Even just simply Dine Dead. I always wondered if others caught on. You probably wouldn't know just from looking at it, but there were two floors. The bottom floor is the diner itself, and I've eaten there for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes all in the same day. The top floor is more like a house. Our house. There's bedrooms, a bathroom, and even a small living space with a TV. It can be a little cramped sometimes, but it's cozy. Honestly, having a little like house restaurant place just sounds like just a nice little living. Just as like, well, you know, have your house right there upstairs, and then you just go downstairs to work. And people come in, you know, they eat food, you cook food, everybody likes food. So, I don't know, it's good work. Humble, good work. And no one could get up there but me and my parents, of course. The upstairs is locked. You'd need a key. Which I have, of course. After Mom and Dad went missing, the authorities locked this place up, and it's been locked ever since. They don't want anyone going in there, not even me. Because, I don't know, it's kinda like a crime scene or something? But I still have the key for the front door, too. Or for the front, too. It's my house, after all. I carefully scanned the area around me as I stood in the parking lot. There were a few cars that passed by, and maybe a person or two on the sidewalk, but no one really seemed to pay attention, to pay me any mind. It was still a bit early in the morning, so it wasn't surprising to see so few people out. I looked over my shoulders a few more times to make sure no one was watching me. Then I stepped up to the front door. I almost said the counter. Unlocked it and took a step inside, closing the doors carefully behind me. Hail to thee, Obvi Don. I will call you Don. How are you doing? And welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here with my very lackluster voice acting skills. She owns this place. Her parents owns the place, technically, but yes, she lives here. Because the house is upstairs. Let me drink some water.
Yes. Obi-Don Kenobi? I was thinking about that. That's why the first part of that name confused me. I had the urge to say Obi-Wan. It's very close sounding. You like to check for people stream AK games every once in a while, so well, here I am. AK games? I'm assuming that's an abbreviation for the author of the game, right? Because I came across first Blackout Hospital, which, I liked, so I just decided to play this game as well. Although, yeah, this game I should have finished last year. I completely forgot about it. Arcade Kitten, that's right. That's the name, Arcade Kitten. No wonder I keep forgetting. I forget everything. That's a very standard thing here. The fact of you saying hello there earlier is even better. Oh yeah, I made the hello there General Kenobi meme thing. I said that. You can Vasilis so hard. Vasilis is a cranky individual, but they are they are okay. Not my favorite person, but they're okay. I do like the design for Vasilis though. I do like the design. That much I like. When I stepped inside, I was instantly hit with a wave of all different kinds of emotions. I had been avoiding the diner for a long time because whenever I passed, I would just think of mom and dad and feel sad. But now, stepping inside, it felt nice. By the way, just to let you know, we have gone through several endings already of this game. Somehow, unlike with Blackout Hospital, where I got the true ending the first time, this time I've gone through bad ending with Twyla, bad ending with Reginald, good ending with, well, today we got the good ending with Croven, so now we're just gonna do the good ending with Reginald. Vasilis is a blue-haired one? Yes, Yuki. That's the blue-haired one. The deer. Miku. Miku, Indeed, Miku hair color. But yes. Yeah, Reggie. And I'm looking at the guide just because I kinda, due to the fact that I should have been done with this game like last year and kind of forgot about it, because I think I started it in November and then just kind of forgot about it in December and then reminded myself of it like this January, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta finish this fucking game. Like I said, I'm very forgetful about everything. So we're basically just looking at the guide at this point to just get it done with. I'm still reading it all because just in case new things pop up. But yeah. At least a little bit. Just being able to be in my own house after so long, it was bittersweet. On one hand, I felt so happy to just be home. Everything was just as I had left it. The light still entered in through the windows the same way it always did. It still smelled faintly of delicious food, even though the kitchen hadn't been used in a while. Even Mom's specials board was in the same spot. But it felt so empty. So desolate, so abandoned. Oh, that's because there's nobody here, girly. There wasn't even any electricity here. This place was hardly ever empty. We always had customers and the diner always did so well. And there was hardly a moment where I come downstairs and only see mom and dad. There was always people, even if just one person was there. The counter would be full of coffee drinkers at night and in the mornings. I'd see families come by for dinner or people out on dates come here. And that's because you don't pay the bill? Yeah, that too. The bills. Those are important. And if you don't pay the bills, then no lights. At least the property hasn't been taken. At least. Not yet, anyways. Maybe, it could theoretically be passed down, assuming things happen in a certain way, but we don't want to think about that. We want to think that the parents are alive somewhere. I always loved being able to see that. And there were so many good memories in this place. Like, okay, we already did 13th birthday. We have not done Halloween party. Her parents are missing, not confirmed dead. Exactly. Missing, not dead. As far as we know.
It was more like a trunk or treat kind of thing. We had a bunch of cars lined up in our front parking in our parking lot giving out candy. And there were a few games to play. I remember Mom helping me put together a little Grim Reaper costume. It was a rare instance where I actually got along with other kids. And even was able to see them, considering I was homeschooled. Well, that's a piece of information we didn't know. Well, I guess that makes sense with the whole her crying with her mom type of thing. I guess if she was being bullied that bad, she'd just get homeschooled. I remember Croven being there too. He was dressed like a zombie, though his makeup got completely ruined when he tried to go bobbing for apples. I wish I did that. I've never bobbed for apples. I think I had a chance once, but I never did it. Bobbing for apples. That's so gross. Whoever came up with that? I don't think I could even imagine doing it today. But it seems fun as a kid, I guess, even though I never did it, so... Isn't being homeschooled nice? I wouldn't know. Oh, did I skip something? Okay, nope. I probably thought it was gross back then too, I guess. I remember Croven got to sleep over afterwards too. And Mom and Dad had kept the Halloween decorations up all the next day. It's funny. I use some of those decorations in my room now. But I remember all the booths and tables and windows being absolutely covered in orange and black streamers. But now it was all covered in dust. And no one's here. Your guess is that it would be lonely, but you go to public school, so you wouldn't know. Yeah, I would imagine... Yeah, I mean, I know of some people that have been homeschooled, but, homeschooling now is different than homeschooling a long while ago. I don't know how homeschooling this is because these games kind of roughly feel like they're in not 100%. I don't know, actually. I guess it'd be accurate to say, like, this is the 2000s rather than the 2010s, right? To some extent. At least that's the vibe I get. So it's like, assuming... she's like 20-something in 2000-something, then what, she would have been homeschooled in like the 90s, 80s? Well, late 80s or early 90s, I guess. So I don't know how being homeschooled in the early 90s would have been. I know how getting homeschooled today is like. Cemetery Mary is set around 2020 according to AK, so okay. So yeah, she got homeschooled around in the 2000s then. Thanks for the info. I did not know that. That is good to know. It gives us a little bit of context. I think the only reason I thought that... I don't know why I think that. Maybe it's just like the art style. They do have smartphones, so I don't know what the hell I was on about with that short train of thought. See, I'm telling you, bro. Like, information will go in, be there for a while, and then just not appear when I need it. Where should I go? Do I need to go to anywhere specifically? I don't think so. But before I do this whole thing, I need to check if I need to call Reginald. I guess I'm calling Reginald anyways. Because I think he takes us somewhere. Maybe after the whole somebody broke into this place. I don't know if that's after this though. Blah blah blah. When shopping, when do we go shopping with Reginald? That's the thing I don't remember. Because I think Twyla's the one that... I don't know. Okay, blah blah. Okay, that's the front of the bookstore thing. Maybe nothing happens after this. Or whatever. We'll call Reginald. It's cool. Let's go to Mom and Dad's room. I decided to walk up to my parents' room. I just missed them so much, I couldn't bring myself not to. And I stepped into my parents' room. The curtains were drawn open and warm light flooded into the room as the sun finally came out from behind the clouds today. I could still smell some of my mom's perfume lingering in the air. Everything was so neat, just as they had always kept things. You wouldn't even have guessed that they were kidnapped. There were no signs of struggle or any even any sort of mess at all. The bed was made and all their stuff was exactly where it should be. The only thing different was a fine layer of dust, layer of dust from how long it had been. And the fact that my parents weren't here. I sat on my parents' bed. It always was softer than mine. I remember sleeping here as a little girl when I didn't feel quite big enough to sleep in my own bed just yet. Mom would always help me build pillow forts here sometimes, and we would hang up a sign that said "No boys allowed." It didn't take long for me to start crying. I missed my mom and dad. I never even got the chance to say goodbye to them. The last message I got from them, it was my mom telling me she hoped I would sleep well that night. And then the next day they were gone. Just like that. What do I do now? What if they never come back? What if I already saw them for the last time? Now we go through the whole dream thing. I ended up falling asleep on my parents' bed. I was already exhausted from my lack of sleep, and crying certainly didn't help in that respect. When I woke up, I was unaware of how much time had passed. I felt so groggy, and I didn't think I should stay any longer. It'd probably just make me feel worse. I got up from the bed and began to head back downstairs. It wasn't until I got to the bottom of the stairs that I noticed someone was here. Some stranger kneeling over in front of the doorway or whatever, for whatever reason. Does the dream only happen if we're in our bed then? I guess, maybe. I was almost frozen in my spot. Who are they? Why were they here? No one should have been able to get in. This place was locked up, so... That's right. I unlocked it. Crap. I like how even in her own mind, she can't, swear. She's always, very not willing to swear, even in her own mind, in her inner dialogue. I just find that to be so cute. I stood there, hoping they wouldn't see me. The way they were dressed, with baggy dark clothes and their hood up, told me they were most likely bad news. Did they follow me in here? I wasn't sure what to do. I thought about trying to escape out the back way or sneakily heading back upstairs if need be, but as soon as I took a step back, I tripped slightly and let out a small yelp as I caught myself on one of the bar stools. The stranger immediately bolted outside. Wait! I wasn't even able to get a good look at them. For a split second, I considered trying to chase after them. And even if it wasn't a stupid idea, they ran much faster than I could keep up with anyways. Panicked and slightly shaking, I took out my phone. I was so nervous I pressed it to my ear without having dialed anyone yet. But who would I call? The police? No, I can't do that. I was already in here when I wasn't supposed to be. And I don't want to put any kind of attention on myself. But I can't just call nobody. I have to tell somebody about this. Who do I go to? Reginald, since he's close by. Right, Reggie! He was close by, so he could get here quickest. And maybe on his way over, he might see that intruder. Come on, please pick up. Hello? Mary? Reginald? Reginald, you're in the cemetery right now, right? Yes. Why? Can you come over here? Over where? Next door, the diner. I'm here and I really need your help. Help? What's wrong? What happened? I'll explain it once you're here. Can you please just come over? Certainly, I'll be there momentarily. Thank you. You two seem to like Reggie, eh? Well, Yuki really likes Reggie, I know that much. What about you, Obi? Do you like Reggie? Can you come under here? Listen, I didn't say that. And if I did, no I didn't.
Okay? Pretend that I didn't say that. Pretend I read things correctly and smoothly. It was only a few minutes before Reginald got here, but it felt like hours to me. Once he arrived, he commented on how shaken I looked and asked what happened. I told him everything about how my parents were missing and how I wasn't supposed to be here. I asked if he had seen any hooded person on his way over, looking like they were in a rush. You like a lot of them equally? You have seen what Reggie has done. Well, I know Reggie. Reggie's a shank man with. Well, he. I think he shanked Twyla in that one bad ending of his. And Yuki over here gave me a little spoiler that they weren't supposed to give me, the rascal, but that's okay. We know he's the butcher. Cutesy, she deserved it. Yeah, Twyla's really a mess, really. Which is why it's got me curious about what her good ending looks like. What did I just pass by? I asked if he had seen any hooded person on the way over, looking like they were in a rush. Yeah, Reggie the butcher. Yup. Hey, at least he's not butchering us unless we don't do what he says, which is not. That sounds bad when I say it like that, but you know what I mean. You still think Reginald is awesome sauce? Oh, you know what Twyla's bad ending is? Yeah, it's her breaking into the cabin, pulling a mafia boss and on Croven, and then proceeding to burn the cabin down. Not good one though. You forgot. You forgore. I'm curious about that. We'll get to that probably some other day. I don't think we'll be able to get to that today, but we'll get to that probably the next time I play this game. But he said he didn't see anything. He wasn't really sure what we could do to help, but he offered to look around with me and we could see if they left anything behind. I thought that sounded like a good idea at the time. It made the most sense in my head. We started in the dining area and slowly worked our way upstairs. I guess I must have looked really scared because the look Reginald gave me when he faced me again looked so worried that it worried me even more. Either sleep now or don't sleep helps. No, it's just because, like, stream time. I don't think we have enough stream time. That's what I meant. We still got an hour and a half. Yes, I have to remember how time works. Oh, you either sleep now or don't. Help? My bad. I've misread again. I misread everything. You want me to flip a coin? I can flip a coin for you on your behalf. Let the gods choose, as I like to say. Where is that coin? There it is. It kind of blends in the dark. Heads or tails? Heads shall be sleep. Tails shall be no sleep. You know? Let's see what the gods choose. That thing, you know what? It landed on the table and that's fine. Heads. Go to sleep. Let the wishmaker decide. I suppose that makes some sense as well. But you must sleep. You want to see Reginald ending? Then why are you asking me for help? You know how this works. You can always watch the VOD. The VOD's gonna be posted on YouTube anyways, or you could just come here and watch the VOD too, because the VOD stays up on this as well. Either or. But if you must sleep, you have to sleep. It is late for you. You never watch VOD? Well then, I don't know what to tell you, Yuki. Don't be a rascal. Thank you for the follow, Don. You have become one of the kindred. You are now mine. And you have no option here. You followed. That's how this works. It's like a contract. Except you didn't read the fine line because there was no fine line. He reassured me that I didn't have to worry, offering to hold my hand to help me calm down. Oh, okay. I accepted. You're mine now, perv streamer. Don't put, don't make me sound weird in front of the newcomers, Yuki. Come on. I'm not that pervy. Only sometimes. Only certain days of the week. We looked around, but couldn't find anything suspicious left behind. However, when we investigated my room, I noticed one of my plushies had disappeared. He likes kissing boys. Shush. It was one of my favorites, and I always kept it right on the shelf next to my bed, so it couldn't have gotten lost so easily. Did they take it? That thought put my stomach in knots. To think, they must have been in here while I was dozing off in the other room. Oh God, I, the number person? Maybe. We'll have to find out eventually. Eventually, we gave up on looking. There was nothing else of note, and it's not like we could really do anything else right now. We headed back downstairs. At the very least, having Reginald here was able to calm me down some. Mary, I'm very sorry I wasn't able to help you as much as you would have liked. Reggie will kill them? You know what? If we ever find out who it is, maybe he will. Assuming he's not the number guy. What? No, don't say that. You helped me a lot. I'm very glad you came. Really, I feel a lot better. Really? You're sure? Yes, thank you. Well, I'm glad I was able to help in at least one regard. You know, I was wondering why this place had closed down so suddenly. And I had no idea it was because its owners went missing. A shame, too. I know I had only been here when we first met, but I would have loved to come again. I'm sorry, that was the wrong choice of words. I didn't mean. No, I'm fine. It's fine. It'll open again once they come back. Well, for your safety then, can you please not come in here until they get back? Huh? I don't know who was in here earlier, but there is a possibility they might come back. They could be dangerous, right? And what if you got hurt? You have to look out for yourself, Mary. I'm sure you miss your parents dearly, but they wouldn't want you putting yourself in danger now, would they? Yeah, I suppose you're right. I never even thought about it that way. You're right. I'll lock this place up again. And then, at least if that person comes back, at least they can't get in. That sounds like a good idea. Here, let's go. Nah, he is left. Funny joke. Funny joke, Yuki. Why don't you walk around the cemetery with me? I'm sure it'll at least feel better than staying here. Yeah, you're right. I think I'd like that. Thank you. I let Reginald take me to the cemetery, way away from the diner. He told me to show him all my favorite spots. Occasionally, he'd ask about a decorated grave. Ask if I knew who the person there was. I wish I was able to have more answers for him. The rest of my day was pretty hazy. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I didn't really feel any sort of relief until I got into bed that night. But, you know, that's never a relieving part of my day anyways. Hello. Again. Good evening. Was that you in my diner today? What do you mean? Earlier today, I was in my diner. Or house, I guess. Texting number time? Yeah. The stranger. There was a stranger. I couldn't see their face.
and they ran out of ran out as soon as they realized I was behind them. Was that you?
No. Nuh-uh, he says every time I ask him anything.
I don't know why I bother asking. I doubt you'd given me the truth either way.
Sometimes lying will be necessary. But I'm telling the truth now.
If you say so. I'm not really sure what else to say.
That's okay. And I prefer when you don't ask questions. Thanks for making... Every time I read that line, it's like, well, thanks, bro, for making your preferences known.
Why's that?
You know what they say. Curiosity kills the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Good night, Mary.
So much for getting a good night's sleep.
Mary, are you still sleeping? Mary. Okay, so this is when the dream happens.
No, I don't want to get up yet. Let me sleep. I had a long night last night.
A long night? You went to bed at 8:30. Damn, I'd be up at like fucking 3 in the morning at that rate if I went to sleep at that early.
I didn't sleep well.
Well, your mother's making pancakes if you want any.
Do they have chocolate chips?
Of course, it's Sunday. Coincidence? No, I'm just joking. Because it's Sunday today. That was the joke I was trying to make. Not funny. Didn't laugh.
Okay, I'll be down soon. Cute.
Just head pat very voraciously. A sunny day. Sunny day. I quickly got out of bed and got dressed, yawning as I descended down the stairs. Even from the top of the stairs, I could already smell the chocolate. If you don't hurry, I'm going to eat all of them. Dad! Oh, you know I'm just teasing you. Besides, your mom would kill me if I did. I got downstairs and sat at the corner beside my dad. There was a plate waiting for me, and my mother was behind the counter drinking her morning coffee like usual. We see Dad. Oh yeah, you get to see Dad and Mom, although technically we already saw Mom, but Dad. Is this dream? Oh, load. Yeah. I already know the answer for this, because we've gone through this quite a couple of times. And chocolate pancakes, when was the last time you guys have had chocolate pancakes, if ever? Because for me, it was likely, like, I'd say 7 or more years ago. Which is a long while ago. And thank you for breakfast, Mom.
Of course, dear.
So, do you have any plans today?
No, not really.
Aw, is Croven busy today?
I don't know, probably.
Dad has a cutesy tail. A cutesy tail? That's just his ponytail, yeah. I don't think I noticed that last time. Huh. German side coming in. Sorry. That's okay. I wonder what he's supposed to be, like, designed after. Because I know, obviously, like, Croven, Crow. You got, you know, the deer. You have some others that have sort of a design thing. And Dad, I'm wondering, because of the whole, like, I guess he's, like, just more... He's pretty simple, to be fair. So maybe it's not supposed to be anything special. And like how Mom's hair is red. A manta ray? Oh, I see it. Okay. I see it. That's cool. And that's kind of funny because the Reginald path, you know what? I'm not going to say because Yuki doesn't know. But we go to a place. I was going to say that I find it funny that, like, Mary's mom has red hair, and I think we know, I don't know if in this story they say, but I know in Blackout Hospital, Mary's hair isn't naturally red, she just dyes it red. I will not say. You'll have to wait, Yuki. You'll have to wait. I don't know, probably. Well, we can always do something if you want to. No, Yuki, you will suffer. We can? Of course we can. Don't you want to see that new movie? The horror with the horror one with the janitor? Why don't we go tonight? Haha, reference to other game. Burns. Burns, burns, burns. You shall suffer. Are you sure? Aren't you busy? You know, Blackout Hospital reference. Exactly. You know, I'm never too busy for my little girl. This sounds really fun, but what about Mom? Are you really worrying about me? I'll be fine, sweetheart. Go out with your father. We can even call up Crow and see if he wants to come too. I've been really looking forward to this movie. I'm so excited now. This morning has been quite a pleasant surprise, but something feels off. Like I'm forgetting something. No, something is weird here. But what? What's wrong? Mom's fine. Mom's always... Wait. Mom can't talk. Mom is mute. Mom's never been able to talk her whole life. I had to learn sign language as a kid to be able to communicate with her. She's never... Whose voice even was that? That was talking to me. My mom doesn't have a voice. What's going on? Mary? You okay, hun? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine. Are you sure, dear? I can make you some tea to help you calm down if you're feeling anxious. No, I'm okay. I think I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I hopped out of my seat and rushed my way over to the ground floor bathroom. That wasn't my mom. Was that even my dad? And I was hoping that once in the bathroom I could rinse my face off and make sense of things. But Mom? Mom, what are you doing here? Were you just outside? Mom? Ah, spooky jump scare. What's the matter, Mary? I thought you liked ghosts. Who said that is my question. There's a funeral today. I'm happy. Is that bad? I had been planning for it. I overheard them talking about it in the cemetery when planning a spot for her. Is that bad? I really enjoy funerals. I always have. Even when... I like to see everyone gathered around for their lost loved one. They're all so sad. They bring flowers and sometimes even little parting gifts. That's so nice, don't you think? If their spirits could talk, I bet they'd say they appreciate it. Would a ghost attend their own funeral? I would. Well, in any case, I'm excited for the one today. And I'm excited to see what they're like. Hopping off the bus that morning, I was glad to see I wasn't too late. It's a good thing that I always wear black. And no one ever seemed to turn their head to me as I came near. It started to rain. They never said anything about rain today, but I thought it might when I saw all the clouds out this morning. So I came prepared and brought my umbrella. It was then that I noticed a little old lady with no umbrella, and no one was even bothering to help her keep dry. So I covered her with my umbrella. Oh, it's an umbrella. You scared me for a second. Thank you, dear. Of course. Pardon me if this sounds rude, but were you one of her friends? No, I don't think so. Who died? Oh, well,
It was my darling Miss Bella. She passed away just she passed just last week. My condolences. Forgive me if this sounds rude, but what is your relationship to her? Me? Ah, yes. I'm Spella's mom. I I have never met you before, have I? That's okay. Lots of people haven't. I'm very sorry for your loss. How are you feeling? Feeling? It's impossible for me to feel anything but heartbroken. I truly don't believe I'll ever recover from this. Now, don't say that. She wouldn't want you to think like that, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. She was young, wasn't she? Oh, yes. Much too young for this. Right as things were going her way, she was going to get married in a few months. None of us thought her condition was this bad. It's been cancelled, of course. This reminds me of that one character in Blackout Hospital. Because there's a whole little side quest thing you do where, well, not side quest, it's part of the main quest, but one of the like ghosts in the hospital, like, was like a dude that was getting married to somebody, and I'm wondering if, no, I think that was something different. Because I mean, same thing happened there where like the person he was going to marry died in the hospital, and is this supposed to be a reference to that as well, or am I just tripping, making a connection where there is none? Because it's kind of familiar. And whatever. Maybe it's probably a reference. It's been cancelled, of course. It's the same Miss Bella? Okay. No wonder it seems so familiar. I had that same thought, like, the first time I came around to this. I was like, is this the same person? I just never checked because I was too lazy to check, but the thought was there. Now I have confirmation. Thank you very much. But at least she's wearing the dress now. And I'm sure she looks beautiful. Oh, she was always so beautiful. My darling angel was always too beautiful. She never even got to. Oh, look at me. I'm going to start crying all over again. And I promised her I wouldn't. I'm sorry. Do you think she's scared? Hmm? She's all alone now. Where's she going to go? And who will tell her how to get there? The way she is right now. Is she happy? Even if she's not. She's not alone. How can you say she's alone when everyone is here beside her? And I know she can't really say much about it, but I'm sure she's happy to have all her friends and family by her side. All the people here, she's meant a lot to them, didn't she? And that's why they're all here to keep her company. And I know lots of people like to think you're alone when you die. But I think it's hard to consider all this being alone, you know? She's not alone when we're all the same. I mean, when we're all here. What did I mean by when we're all the same? What was that? Slip of the tongue. Yes, I suppose that's true. We're all here, we're all together here, aren't we? Then, I suppose I'm glad that she isn't alone. Yes, me too. I'm sorry if I upset you by talking about her so much, miss. It is a funeral after all. I should behave more respectfully. No, it's quite alright. Talking about it has actually helped a little bit. I feel a bit better hearing your thoughts. Is that so? I'm glad then. Yes, thank you. Why, I'm so sorry. I didn't even catch your name. It's alright. My name is Mary. Mary? Mary. Ah, hold on a moment. Do you mean to say you're Cemetery Mary? I see my reputation precedes me. Yes, that's me. I see. Thank you, Mary. If Spella was here, I'm sure she'd want to thank you too. She is here, but hearing it from you means enough already. Thank you as well. It was a lovely funeral. The coffin was lowered, and soon enough, the rain stopped. I watched everyone say their goodbyes to her and to each other, and then, suddenly, they left. Soon, it was just me and the lady. I'd have felt bad if I overstayed my welcome. I didn't want to outlast her at her own daughter's funeral, so I quietly said my goodbyes and left. But, to my surprise, someone was there waiting for me on the sidewalk. Reginald? What are you doing here? Oh, I thought I just happened to be walking by when I noticed you in there. Sure. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. Everything's fine. She wasn't like a family member or anything like that. Ah, that's a relief. It's always a sad thing, is it not? Yes, it is. It's okay. I know you don't see it that way. Water break. Gotta freshen up the damn pipes real quick. Keep myself all lubed up, you know what I'm saying? Huh? Well, since you're here, would you mind helping me with something? Oh? I was just about to head down to the store to pick up a few things. Just some screws, nails, a hammer or two. Just some stuff I'm running low on, or need to replace. You want my help for this? I'm not very educated in tools and all. Oh no, that's alright. You don't need to be. I just appreciate the company is all. But if you'd rather not... Oh no. I mean, yeah, I can come. It's not like I have anything better to do. Lovely. Come with me. I hope you don't mind the walk that we'll have to walk. I would have brought my car, but it was too nice of a day to pass up on the chance to walk. In the rain? Rightly so. A little water never hurt anyone. Well, I guess you've got a point. Reginald's logic didn't really make sense to me, but I decided to accompany him to the hardware store anyways. It's not like I ever go there, so it'd be a nice change of pace. Come to think of it, I didn't actually know where the hardware store was located until Reginald showed me. I guess it's good that I know now. If someone asks me where the hardware store is, I'll know how to answer. The hardware store wasn't too far away from where we were, but it felt like quite the walk since I didn't know how to get there. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I've ever actually been in a hardware store. As Reginald held the door open for me, the smell of fertilizer wafted forward. Quite intense. We entered into what looked like the gardening section. Well, here we are. Thank you again for coming along. I do appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Thank you for inviting me. It's nice to go somewhere different. No, what is it that you needed to get again? Oh, I've got a list in my pocket, actually. Hey, would you like to turn it into a game? Oh? How do you mean? I'll split the list in half. We'll each take a half and look for the items on our own. Then we'll come back here when we're finished. If you get here before me, I'll reward you. Reward me? I'll get a prize? Something like that. But you'll have to beat me first. Okay, I think I can do that. Maybe. Let's do it then. I watched as Reginald ripped his list in two and handed one half over to me. Fair warning though, I know this store like the back of my hand. I might still win.
After Reginald went in on his own and left me with my share of the list. Let's see here. Antifreeze, an axe, tape measure, rat poison. Well, that's not very nice. I'll mention that to him later. For now, I had to get the things on the list. After all, I now had a challenge to win. But I didn't anticipate how big this store was. I already looked. Oh, was that my phone? No, it wasn't, I think. Yes, it was. Give me one moment. I have to check on this. Sorry about that. Now I have to make sure I get this section of the thing right. It was the rat poison, the axe. I mean, I can just check the list. It's right there. Okay, when shopping with Reginald, buy him only the tools he asked for, no more nor less. The correct choice is antifreeze, an axe, rat poison, measuring tape. Alright, we got this in the bag. It already looked big from the outside, but now that I was walking in it, it was huge. It was it was a weird feeling walking in here by myself, especially considering I don't really come to these places. I don't know what I was really expecting, but it was so empty. I didn't even see any workers around. Despite that, I kept hearing footsteps. Reginald? I called out. No response. What am I doing? This place isn't scary. I'm just gonna get the things he asked me for. What was on that list? Wait, hey, where'd that list go? Did I drop it somewhere? Ah, shoot. Okay. That's okay. I'm pretty sure I remember what was on it. I, I'll just get those things and find my way back to the front. I just have to get antifreeze. Picked up a gallon of antifreeze. Should I get this blue one? Or, wait, maybe he wants the green one. Maybe I'll ask him later. The axe. I picked up an axe. Is this the real thing? I mean, he's using it for wood, right? So this should be good. What else would you use an axe for? It's heavy. Rat poison. I picked up a bottle of rat poison. She's just like, I don't like that. She doesn't like that he's murking the rats. Measuring tape, I think, was the last one, right? Yep. Measuring tape. Almost forgot. I grabbed a roll of measuring tape. I always used to play with these as a kid and try to see how long I could stretch it. Do any of us have an original memory? I did that too, and I still do that as a grown-ass man. And I think that's all. 4 things, right? Antifreeze, axe, rat poison, measuring tape. Let me read the list on the thing. Antifreeze, axe, rat poison, measuring tape. Yep. Finish shopping.
I picked up what I thought he'd needed and decided to just head back towards the counter. And after all, if I took too long, I would lose the race. At least, I knew my way back. At the very least, I got back to the meeting spot before Reginald did. And I only had to wait for I almost said walk. I only had to wait for about a minute before he showed up. Ah, I see you made it back before me. Well done. Well, do you have everything? Yes, here you are. Ah, you did get it all. And just the brands I like too. You haven't been spying on me, have you? I think we also need to ask about the axe, right? Ask Reginald why he bought an axe at the cash register. Okay. After making sure Reginald had everything he needed, he and I headed up to the front counter to pay for it all. One by one, he puts all his stuff onto the conveyor belt, and it slowly began to move across as the cashier began to scan it. You got quite a bit of stuff, Reginald. I feel bad. Oh, why's that? Well, you don't have a car with you, and now you gotta carry these bags back home. Would you want me to help you? Oh, don't worry your silly little head about that. A little fresh air and exercise does me some good. You're not even going to take the bus? No, I'm quite alright. Reginald, can I, ask you something? Yes, of course. Is everything alright? I noticed you bought an axe. Yes, I did. My job requires me to have a lot of wood. And I know what you're worried about, though. You do? You're worried I'm going to hurt myself, aren't you? There's nothing to worry about. I've done this kind of stuff before. I just happened to break the old one last time. Oh, alright. Hey, do you want anything? Huh? They've got a shelf over there with some candy. I don't mind buying you a chocolate bar if you want one. He knows we like sweets. 'Cause he's a little bit of a stalker boy. Oh no, that's alright. You don't have to. Are you sure? I mean, is that supposed to be my prize after winning the race? No. I'm still thinking about what your price should be. But since we're here anyways, might as well, right? He says very casually. Throat hurt a little. My eyes are like kind of getting tired, which is a little weird because I'm not tired. Whatever. Consider it a thank you for spending time with me today. Are you really sure? Of course I am. It's just a candy bar. It's not a big deal. In that case, thank you. Reginald bought me a chocolate bar, and it made me very happy. I made sure to thank him for it, even though he insisted it was his thanks to me. After we left the store, Reginald had to head home, saying he ought to drop his tools and stuff. He said he felt bad not being able to invite me to do more, and I told him it was completely okay. He didn't need to do anything. I had a nice time today. Time must really fly, because when I checked the time afterwards, we were already well into the afternoon. I ended up heading home a little early that day. I didn't have much else to do outside, so I went home. I read some books and made myself dinner, and then put the leftovers in the fridge. And then I washed up, put on pajamas, and well, do I have to explain what I did after that? Hi again, back to the texting. Hello. So, what did you do today? What? Well, if you're not going to talk about my parents to me... I'd at least want to hear about something that you're doing. We shouldn't talk about what I do. Why not? Because you don't need to know. Doesn't it concern me? As far as I know, everything you do concerns me. Right. I'm sorry. I need to leave. Good night, Mary. I yawned and lied down. Who's texting me so late at night? Mary! Are you awake? I understand if you aren't, of course. It's a bit late, isn't it? But whenever you read this, do respond. Reginald? Why are you up so late? Oh, hello. Don't worry about that. I just thought of the perfect prize for you. And I had to tell you as soon as I possibly could. Really? What is it? You loved seeing my work the other day, right? Unless you were just flattering me. Anyways, I was thinking you could come to my workshop. And I could show you how a coffin is made. At least the way I do it. I thought it'd be a nice idea, if you're into it. You're serious? I'm allowed to come see? Of course you are. I wouldn't have invited you otherwise. Then, yeah, I'd love to see. I think that'd be really cool. Thank you so much. Of course. I'm often alone, so it'll be nice to have some company. Here, I'll send you the directions momentarily. Reginald gave me the directions to his workshop, and we made plans to meet there in a few days. I always wondered what went into making a coffin, so I was plenty excited to be able to see it for myself. There's only so much you can read online about stuff like this. Being able to experience it firsthand would be something entirely different. Honestly, it was a bit hard to contain how giddy I was. And I felt like a little kid. I felt like a kid again, excited for a field trip the next day. Well, back when I still went to school with other kids and all. Anyways, I was excited. And after feeling like I'd been waiting forever, the day finally arrived. Getting off the bus at the closest stop, I walked to the location Reginald told me I should go. He told me it was a bit of a ways off the sidewalk and not too close to many buildings. It had honestly felt like I walked into a whole new city. It definitely wasn't as brick and mortar as back where I'm used to being. There were so many trees and buildings were so spread. The grass grew as such in a way that it didn't feel overgrown despite reaching a bit above your ankles. I walked down the town's cracked sidewalk until I came across a pebble path. Almost struggled there to say pebble. And following it down, I caught sight of Reginald's workshop. It was so old-fashioned. It was big, but completely made of wood. It almost looked like its own little cottage, way out here. But it was charming, and I liked it. I went up to the door and gave it a few gentle knocks. I didn't hear anything at first, but then Reginald opened the door. He looks mad grumpy. Very, very grumpy here. Which, at first, the first time I saw this face, I was like, a little suspicious, aren't we? It makes me think he only acts all happy and whatnot when he's with us, because immediately after he sees us. At first, he had a not so happy expression on his face. It was only for a split second, but I noticed it before it changed. Ah, Mary, you're here. He looks Twyla. Kinda. Slightly Twyla coded. Come in, come in. So glad you can make it.
He's got the bun up. I took a step into the workshop. It was so cozy in here. It was such gentle sunlight flowing. There was such gentle sunlight flowing in through the windows, and the smell of sawdust was prominent in the air. But it was a good kind of sawdust smell. Smelled like productivity and hard work. I actually just started my break, but you're free to look around and ask about things in the meantime. Are you sure? I don't want to bother you on your break. Oh, nonsense. I can't think of a better way to spend my free time. So, anything you're curious about? Let's see. I guess we can ask anything. This is a lot more woodsy than I expected. Oh, you think so? Yes, I do prefer to keep things a little more natural around out here. It takes a bit longer, but it's more than worth it in the end. Better for the environment as well. And these are your work clothes? Oh, yes. Do you like them? Oh, yes. They look very nice. But, your hair is still a bit loose, don't you think? Yes, you're not the first to say that. But it's hard to control it all, and I can't bear to cut it. No worries, though. I assure you I hadn't had an accident since. And if I do, then you can just tell me you told me so. Are those new tools working for you? Extravagantly so. I think that's because I had you helping me that day. Are you secretly a good luck charm? I think I feel more like the opposite if I'm being honest. No, come now, don't say that. You haven't let me down yet. Are you always alone here? Oh, not always. Okay, just about always. But it's alright. I don't mind it. I get to meet up with some others when they need bases and all. So I'm not always alone. So don't worry about it. Besides, are any of us ever really alone? He winked at me after saying it. Is that your work in the back? Indeed it is. It's just a base right now, though. Nothing too special about it yet. I think it looks pretty good, though. Especially since it's not like I know how to do any of this stuff. Well, if you'd like, you could take a step inside. You could be my little tester. Whoa, really? Sure, I mean, haven't you always wanted to know what it was like to actually lie in one? I know I have. Yeah. I'd like to try it, if it's okay. Of course it is. I wouldn't have offered otherwise. I stepped into the coffin. Even though it was still standing upwards, I crossed my arms as if I had been lying down in it. Reginald gave me a teensy wave as he lifted the lid and placed it over the coffin, encompassing me in the darkness inside. How's it feeling there? It's cozy, I think. I'm sure it'll be a lot more cozier once it's finished. Maybe we'll add some nice cushions and a shiny finish to really put it over the top. Yeah. I always did wonder what it feels like in those. I guess you'll have to let me try it again when it's finished. Hello? Reginald? You're still there, right? Hello? I guess I'll just let myself out then. Huh? I had pushed on the lid in front of me, but it didn't budge at all. I pushed harder, but to no avail. Reginald? Can you hear me? I'd like to get out now. Hey! How much air is in here anyways? I tried pushing again. No use. And no matter how much I yelled out to him, it seemed as if Reginald had just vanished. What's it with you being like, cutesy? Hey, let me out, please. I punched the lid in an attempt to get out, and I felt pain surge through my wrist as I did so. But still, I did it again, and again, and again. Help me, please. Let me out. Let me out. Please. I can't get out. Please. I can't go any higher without just fucking my throat up. Finally, I was let out. I struggled to catch my breath as I was met with the face of Reginald, who looked quite shocked to see me in such a state. Mary? What happened? Are you alright? Did. Where were you? Did you not hear me screaming in there? No, I. Someone had knocked on the door. I figured you would be able to get out on your own, so I. You look shaken. Just a little bit. I just got so nervous when I couldn't get out. I'm sorry. No, I'm the sorry one. Really, I'm so sorry. Today was supposed to be nice, but I shouldn't have left you alone. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, okay? You really don't have to. It's all right. I'd feel bad. It wasn't your fault. It is my fault. Besides, I won't feel good about it unless I do something to make it up to you, okay? It's just how I am. And I stayed for about less than an hour after that. And it became pretty awkward after my little panic. And Reginald still looked like he felt really bad. I told him I'd let him work in peace. He told me it was okay if I wanted to leave, but he'd like to see me again soon. We said our goodbyes, and I left, not wanting him to feel any worse over it. I didn't do much the rest of the day. I had, well, planned around this, but now I don't feel up for doing much at all. I went back home and decided to just relax. And I was sure that once I was finally calm, what happened today wouldn't have seemed that bad at all. So I spent the rest of my evening at home until it was time for bed once again. I have something to ask you again. Are you there? Yes, I'm here. I want to ask you something. You just did. What? No. Something different. Go ahead. Are you trapped? I guess. I never know if these questions are even important, but I just kind of pick them at random at this point. What do you mean by that? What you're doing right now, is it because you want to? Or do you not have a choice? There's always a choice. Even if that choice isn't to do nothing. But the choice I've made was with the best of intentions in mind. Good night, Mary. I went to bed after that. I don't know if it became easier to sleep at night. Wait. I don't know if it becoming easier to sleep at night was a good thing or bad thing. Regardless, I slept. The days following were mostly uneventful, but I think that's probably a good thing. I didn't need something to shake things up even more. The first 2 days that passed, I did my usual hobbies. I went to the cemetery, I placed flowers, I planted flowers. I didn't really talk to anyone, but that was fine too. On the third day, it was raining, so I decided I would stay home. I decided to finally take out the manga I got from the library. I hadn't started it yet, and today seemed like the perfect day to do. I lit the fireplace so I could cuddle up with the blanket next to it, expecting it to spend quite a while sitting there. It was a thick book, but I was sure I could finish it all in one sitting. As for its contents, well, it wasn't the best manga I had ever read, but it was still really interesting and captivated me nonetheless. This story was mostly lighthearted and at some points even felt like a comedy, but I had just gotten to a part that was a bit more serious, making me all the more invested. The main boy was helplessly in love with the main girl. That was obvious enough from the start. Despite this, he didn't want to be her boyfriend. In fact, he didn't want to be in a relationship with her at all. The manga had been pretty comedic up until this point. It was mostly about the boy taking wild steps to keep the girl his friend while also not wanting it to evolve into more or even insinuate he had feelings for her. He never explained why he doesn't want to date her, just that he doesn't. But now it appears the girl has grown feelings for him in return, making things all the more complicated. And it looks like the boy was ready to confess why he felt the way he did. I was completely immersed as I turned the page, only to be met with, "Oh, how terrible." Someone had vandalized the pages with some sort of black paint or nail polish, it seemed. I turned to the next page just to make sure the rest of the book was alright. Sure enough, the other pages were also scribbled in black, except for one. There was a drawing on it, and what looked like some kind of writing underneath. It made me feel disappointed. I know it's not all that uncommon for edgy teenagers to write in books and all. But still, this belonged to the library. You shouldn't damage it. I tried to look on the bright side and think that maybe it was a donation to the library instead. That someone had drawn in this book when they owned it and donated it without realizing. Still, though, did no one check to see if the book was in good enough shape to be donated? Well, there was nothing I could do about it now. I made a mental note to tell the library of the damaged book when I went next, and flipped back through the beginning pages to make sure I hadn't missed any other marks. But when I did, the page I was just on looked nothing like it did before. Spooky. All the characters, it was like they were looking straight at me. I turned the page and it was the same. All eyes were on me. Completely startled, I had thrown the book away from me, but I didn't see where I was throwing. You know what that secret code said? Because your friend found out most of the alphabet. Oh, I didn't even realize that was a code for anything. I was wondering why it wasn't brought up at any other point in the story so far, at least through the paths that I went on, which I feel, maybe I should have been a bit more keen on. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look back at that. You need to know? Then get to it, Yuki. Let me drink what's left of my water here in my mug. It's in Blackout Hospital 2? Was it? The code said wish. Huh. That's a weird thing. Wish. Did she just get schizo? No, no, I don't think so, at least. In my panic, I had thrown the book into the fire. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! I wanted to save it, but it was too late. Putting the fire out wouldn't have saved it. It was already pitch black and burning into ash. I smacked myself in the head. I was always so careful with the library books, and now I just let one get completely destroyed. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Uh, Even though the book was beyond rescue, I still had to clean the fireplace now. I'm gonna try and keep that whole wish thing in mind. Because if it was also in Blackout Hospital, I then have to remember, I guess, what the theme of that game was. And therefore, try and translate and see if that theme is also similar enough here and what that has to do with wishes. Because I remember some of Blackout Hospital, but it's been a long while since I played Blackout Hospital. I sighed and gathered the proper tools to clean it. Kneeling in front of the fireplace, I heard my phone go off. I picked it up shortly, worried that it might have been Croven needing something important. And it was Reginald once again. Hello, Mary. How are you feeling today? Me? I'm okay, I guess. Are you sure? I still feel terrible about what happened the other day. What do you mean? When you got stuck, remember? Or, well, perhaps it's better if you don't remember. Well, anyways, I've still been feeling pretty awful about that. I was thinking of ways I could make it up to you somehow. And luckily, an opportunity has recently presented itself. Oh, you don't have to do anything. Really, it's alright. Please, I think you'll really like it. It's the are you sure? Yeah. Are you sure? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. In fact, I'd say it was meant to be. It's so perfect for you after all. You see, I was recently invited to a funeral. And who better to invite with me than you? Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you feeling alright? Oh, yes, no need to worry. It was no one close, just someone I used to know a long, long time ago. I hadn't seen him in ages, so it surprised even me that I was invited. But since I thought you would like to come. You do like these events, right? Well, I guess I can't deny it, I do. But are you really sure it's okay for me to come? Of course. I think if anyone can put the fun in funeral, it's you. Ah, shucks. Reginald forwarded me the details of the funeral and told me where I'd be meeting him. Despite our area's pretty cemetery, this funeral was going to be entirely in a church. I had never been to a funeral in a church before. Each one I have attended has been outside, and it's a lot easier to walk into one that's held outdoors. But now I was invited, and I could not deny. I did feel a little excited. Is that bad? I've never really gone to churches, but they've always seemed so pretty from the outside. I just never had a reason to go. But now I do. I kept in touch with Reginald until that day, always double checking the details such as the time and location, and I didn't want to be late or hold anything up or cause any disruption. Reginald kept assuring me that it would be alright though, and that he'd wait for me outside so I wouldn't get too lost either. On the day of the funeral, I wore my usual attire. It's one of the great things about dressing like this. I'm always funeral ready. I mean, it's not the only reason I dress like this. I just like the color black a lot. But I think red is still my favorite color. Probably. When I turned down the street the church was on, I spotted Reginald standing on the front steps. He spotted me in return and gave me a polite wave as he waited for me to reach him. Why don't you look nice? Oh, really? I mean, I'm wearing what I usually do. Yes, I know. But it's nice. But it's a nice look for you. Ah, right. Here, take this. Reginald handed me a small packet of tissues. I
No, you're not one to cry at these events. But just in case. Oh, thank you. That's very considerate of you. Do you think you'll need them too? Oh, no, no. I'm not much of a crier, I'm afraid. Besides, I think it's hard to be sad with you around. Reginald opened the door for me and I stepped inside. I had always admired this building from the outside, but never been inside before. The ceiling towers over us. The walls were clean and dark, and the tiled floors below us gave a pleasant sound when stepped on. He gestured to the direction we'd be heading in for the service. There was a lot of people. That made me happy. We all herded into the room, everyone looking for a proper pew to sit in with a nice enough view of the priest. I sat down in the closest open spot to me, and almost immediately I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I'm not sure what caused it or why it was happening, and it was as if the world was ending. Somehow, I don't know. I just couldn't place this overwhelming sense of doom that I was feeling. I looked around. It seemed like no one else was experiencing it. But it was so prominent to me. Almost tangible. Like a heavy weight that was sinking into your shoulders, or loud music that reverberated through your bones. The ceilings were so high and I had plenty of room to sit. And yet I felt so terribly claustrophobic. I could not even hear what the priest was saying. Or rather, I could hear it, but I felt as if I could not listen properly. As if they were speaking underwater. What was this feeling? It was making me sick. I feel the temples of my head start to throb the more that time went on. And each muffled noise that coursed its way across the room somehow gave me a sense of nausea, as if just the vibrations of the sound were causing me to feel dizzy. Something wasn't right. That's all I could think to myself. I felt almost paralyzed in my seat as the bad feelings continued so on and so forth. It was hard to describe exactly how it felt. Was this a stroke? A heart attack? I couldn't pinpoint this feeling. I just knew that something wasn't right. I wasn't even sure how to handle these feelings. It was as if I had entered some kind of dreamlike state. As if what I was feeling and everything around me was all some sort of elaborate dream. It was scary and claustrophobic. I felt like I had tunnel vision and the world around me was becoming blurred. All the noises around me felt so muffled and yet so loud. It made my ears ring. And all the while, the only message my brain was feeding me was that something wasn't right. I didn't want to be disrespectful to the service or anything, but I had to leave. At least just leave the room. How long had this gone on anyways? It felt like it had been hours, but that couldn't have been the case. I think I was just feeling really sick, and that's why I eventually worked up the strength to exit the room. Things didn't seem quite so closed in when I did, but I still felt tidal waves of nausea rushing over me every few moments. I couldn't understand what was causing this to happen, and I felt terrified. And in my in my dizzied state, I stumbled about until I found the bathroom. I went inside. The lights were bright and fluorescent in contrast to the rest of the church. The buzzing noise and stark whiteness of the room did not help my condition at all, as if overloading my senses even more. Luckily, I was already in the front of a toilet when my sickness got the better of me. I threw up.
The meme is like showing in my head. The meme of like the buff dude just standing at the doorway in the dark. Mom, I threw up. And something definitely was not right. Whatever I had puked into the toilet was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was pure black, and it glistened oddly in the light, like ink or tar. Did this really come out of me just now? Or am I just seeing things? This feeling of nausea still hasn't left. A knock on the door. I wasn't given much time to inspect it further, but truthfully, I didn't know if I wanted to. I had to be just seeing things, right? I told whoever was outside that I would be just a minute. I flushed the toilet and wiped the seat with toilet paper. All that murky, inky black water came up clear again after I had flushed it. And I washed my hands and cleaned myself up at the sink before heading back out there again. And as I exited the bathroom, I was greeted by a lady and a gentleman standing right in front of me. Oh, goodness, you startled me. Ah, I'm so sorry. And I apologize for the wait. Please, go ahead. Oh, that's quite alright. I just wanted to fix my makeup before we head out for dinner. Will you be joining us too? Huh? We saw you in the service there with us. Everyone was invited to come join us for dinner after. Sorry if we are appearing rude, but who are you anyways? You're not some kind of crasher, right? Huh? What do you mean? How are you related to the deceased? Who did you come here with? Oh, that. That's, just because I'm actually just... What was the thing? Call yourself Reginald's girlfriend. This was very silly the first time I went down this path. Calling ourselves Reginald's girlfriend. I didn't want to cause any trouble leaving the service in the middle of it. I just wasn't feeling all that great, so I took off on my own. I don't know where he is right now, but I'll see him again soon, I'm sure. Oh, I see. You must be very wound up after all this then. Sorry to bother you. Oh no, don't be sorry. It's okay. Got out of that scot-free. I noticed them give me a weird looks. I noticed them give me a weird look as we went our separate ways. As I got closer to the main hall, I could see more and more people spilling out the ends. It seems like the service was just about over, but I guess I couldn't just leave. There was something really weird going on here. Is she a minor? No, she's like 20-something. And I knew it was connected to that coffin. The closer I got to it, the more intense that nauseating pressure felt. Yeah, she's like 21, I think, if I remember correctly. Don't 100% remember, but she's like in her 20s. She looks 16. Isn't that always the case? Like, I don't know what to tell you. What did that say? It felt like walls closing in on my brain. And with what happened in the bathroom earlier, I couldn't just let it go. I mean, she did. You have to remember, she also, when we met Twyla at the coffee place, she was like, oh, this woman must be writing some college thing. And she looks around my age, so it's like, you know, adult age is college age. I snuck closer to the coffin. We were alone together, and the pressure felt more intense than ever.
Honestly, I felt like I could puke again from just standing here. It just felt so hard to focus on anything except the pressure of it all. Something was telling me what's inside. I don't know if it's a body, and I could hardly think properly, but all my brain could tell me was that something else was in there. No one else is around, right? Maybe if I could just see inside, all all I need is one quick glance, and then maybe my mind will be at ease. I reach my arm towards the coffin, and there you are. Reginald? Did you get lost? I noticed you run off earlier. Is everything alright? No, actually, I'm not alright. No? What's wrong? I. I don't know. I started feeling really sick today. I'm all woozy and dizzy, and my head feels like it's throbbing. I don't know why. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Would you like me to drive you home? Oh, that. No, no, it's okay. Are you sure? How are you going to get home then? No, no, it's fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. Absolutely? Because you don't sound all that okay. I think I just need to lie down somewhere. The way he instantly gets concerned. Yeah, he's very attentive. That's the word I would use. Very much an attentive person. At least when it comes to Mary. Don't know how he treats anyone else. We know he's pleasant around other people because there is a scene where him and Twyla are in the same space, and he's cordial. He's like this, so maybe it's just a him thing. Did I need to choose a specific thing here? Tell Reginald she's feeling sick. Ask to lie down at his place. We're going to his house or apartment, I guess. Can I lay down at your place? Actually, I'm sorry to intrude, but do you think I could lie down at your place for a little while? I think I'll be okay to go home if after I just rest a little somewhere. Yes, yes, of course. Here, let's get you out of here. Reginald and I quickly exited the church together. Quickly and quietly, I should say. Even though we were getting further from the coffin, the immense pressure I felt from standing next to it didn't seem to fade away any. In fact, it almost seemed to be getting worse, regardless of my distance from it. I felt bad and a little weird about going to Reginald's place like this, but it seemed like it was my only choice. But it was fine. I had my phone on me too if I needed it. In case of an emergency. I really needed to lie down somewhere. Not necessarily sleep, but just lie down. I crawled into Reginald's car with him. It smelled like one of those old pine air fresheners. But there wasn't any hanging from the rearview mirror. Don't worry, Mary. We'll be there soon. And don't be afraid to ask for anything on the way there either. You really are starting to look sick. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I didn't really have the energy to talk about it. The world around me felt like it was spinning. I hope I wouldn't throw up again in Reginald's car. And I really hoped I wouldn't need to go to the hospital or anything like that. I probably should have paid more attention on the drive to Reginald's apartment, but in the state I was in, it was very hard to. Nothing really looked quite as it should. Everything we passed just seemed so to meld together into shapes. My head was killing me.
I don't remember how long we even drove for. I just remember Reginald parking his car and helping me out of the other side. He let me lean against his shoulder as he brought me in through the front door. The elevator is broken, so we're going to have to take the stairs. I hope that's all right. That that's fine. It won't be that long, okay? Just a little further. Reginald brought me to the stairs and helped me up them one by one. Somehow it felt like the most difficult task in the world. Like I couldn't even focus moving my own 2 feet. I didn't understand what was that and anything that was happening. I really just needed to lie down. As we ascended the stairs, I heard someone else coming down from the upper floor. I didn't think much of it until they stopped us on one of the landings. Reginald! There you are. I'm sorry, you'll need to get out of the way. Please, it'll be really quick. Can't you see I'm busy right now? Come on, you can't tell me you don't notice it too. And when I try to talk to Miss Sherwood about it, she doesn't answer me. Have you heard anything from her? I knew she was mad that Elme. I told you I'm busy. Kindly move out of the way. Now. I felt the shove past the poor lady. I felt bad for her, but I also felt as though I could barely walk anymore. I really, really hoped I wouldn't throw up again. And then, at some point, we were no longer in the staircase. I heard Reginald take out his keys and unlock his door. Well, here we are. I know it's not much, but I hope it'll do. Ah, but you're unwell. I shouldn't ramble. Here, why don't you lie on the couch? Watch some TV. I'll start some tea. Maybe it will help you feel a bit better. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's how my ass would sound if I was sick too. I'd be like, thank you. I almost collapsed onto his couch the second I was close to it. I don't know what was wrong with me. I just needed to relax. I tried to listen to what he told me, watch TV, maybe if I could just distract myself like that. I reached over his coffee table and turned the TV on. I fumbled for the channels button trying to put on something calm. Maybe a cooking show or a house show or something like that. Then I stumbled upon a channel I hadn't seen before. The screen went all static. At first I thought the TV just lost connection. But even when I fiddled with the remote, nothing changed. When I hit the power button, it didn't turn off. Even though it was just static, I could still hear something. But I felt too dizzy. It was hard to listen. There were words. Purple eye. Yeah, isn't that the same purple eye you see on the TV in Blackout Hospital for the save file place? Seems like the same type of thing. I think I mentioned that the first time I saw this. I was like, yo, that's the same purple eye. Or at least similar to it. And it's this one that also is similar to the one in the book, obviously. And it was almost like I could tell it was talking to me. Like it was trying to tell me something. But even trying my hardest, I just couldn't focus on it. As if I was in some sort of bizarre dream. It was all hazy, swirling around and around in my head. I just needed to lie. Good morning, sleepyhead. Or, well, evening, rather. Reginald? What happened? You fell asleep. What else? You must have been feeling awfully sick. Are you feeling any better? Oh, yes, actually. I think so. I Well, I was feeling a little better. My head still hurt, but I wasn't anywhere near as dizzy as I was before. I'm glad your nap helped you then. Unfortunately, I had to dump your tea. It was a bit too cold. It got a bit too cold. But I have no problem making you another cup if you'd like. Oh, that's alright. Hey, wait. The the TV? Did you hear it earlier? Hmm? Hear what? The TV. It was making a bunch of strange noises. How do you mean? The TV was off when I came over to sit with you. Oh, I must have just been dreaming then. Sorry for falling asleep on your couch. I didn't mean to. Why are you apologizing? You were feeling sick. It's quite alright. I'm sure you would let me do the same if our situations were reversed. Wait, you said good evening earlier. What time is it? I checked the time. Oh, goodness. It was getting so late. Was I really asleep that long? I stood up from Reginald's couch and told him I really ought to get going. I thanked him once again for helping me so much. Of course. Hopefully we can see each other again soon. Maybe at a time when you aren't feeling so sick. I made my way quickly and carefully down the stairs, hoping to catch the next bus on time. I noticed the closer I got to the bottom, the more it started to smell. It was less than pleasant. I guess that's what that neighbor lady wanted to ask Reginald about. Reginald got pretty mad at her, didn't she? Or didn't he? I try not to let it affect my opinion of him too much. After all, it sounded like he was just really worried about me. Did he murder a person? I think I think he may have murdered somebody in the building. Just fucking pulled a quick one on him. And if I looked as sick as I felt, then, well, I'd be worried too. Luckily, I caught the bus on time. Got on safe, walked home safe, made it home safe. And then, followed my usual routine after that. I'd like to go to bed quickly tonight if that's alright. That's alright. You are never under obligation to contact me every night. I know. But I feel like I have to. Do you? I do. Why is that? Because if I don't... I'm scared you'll stop responding, I guess. Is that so? If you disappear, I think that'd be awful. To never know what happened. I see. Then I will try not to. Didn't you say you'd like to go to bed quickly? Why don't you get some rest? Good night, Mary. And you know what? We're gonna stop this here because it is about time for me to go and consume nutrition and take care of the things that need to be taken care of. Because goddamn, this I always forget how long these like routes are. My throat's starting to hurt. Hopefully, I wake up tomorrow and I'm fine, and there's no strange throat pains. But if there are, I guess that's not really my choice. It was pleasant though, pleasant. Very long indeed. Although it's a good story, I like it. That's why I played it in the first place, because I liked the first game I found, and I was like, damn, I gotta get more of this. Let me stretch out a little bit. I just hope you enjoyed it. You guys, watching me read this out loud. Because, I just hope you guys find it as interesting as I do, because it's an alright story. It's a fun one, at least. And I'm still waiting to see how exactly we get that good ending. Like, what is that good ending? But anyways, I shall bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you'll have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and or nights, whenever and wherever you are. May the gods bless you and may the stars shine in your honor. You did? Good night, everyone. I shall hopefully see you all tomorrow. If not, the day after that, or maybe never if you never want to come around. Bye bye.